I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everybody. It's Tuesday, December 16th, and we'll go ahead and get into the Granite County Board of Health agenda. I guess I'll run it again since we have nobody that applied for it. Is everybody okay if I run it?
Yes.
All right, so we'll call to order a meeting of Board of Health. Approval of minutes, discussion and decision. Get motion to approve the minutes.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second. Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye. Cameron, you can get a little closer.
Okay, we'll go ahead into Catherine report.
All right, so yeah, Chad Linus, Tri County Sanitarian. Report's gonna sound similar to the last one. We actually still have people installing septic systems. I've still got people finishing them up between, and why not? It was 55 degrees on this weekend. So,
62.
I don't know, but we deal with what we're thrown. So it's good because we still have some people doing some replacements and some kind of important stuff, but there's still new construction. So feels like the construction might have softened a little bit in this last year, but after the turn of the year, I'll sit down and parse the number of permits issued and new versus replacement, and I'll have a little more robust report the next time with as far as the septic stuff goes. But another consistently steady year, so thankfully. As far as the food side, Mark's still plugging away. He did quite a few mobile and brick and mortar plan reviews this year. We've had some change of ownership with restaurants around here, and that's all went really smooth, and people seem to know what they're doing. He's in the process of inspecting all the schools, wrapping up all the school inspections this week. So he's been through all the schools in the county, 3 counties. So that's one of the things we do prioritize when the kids get back from school, is making sure those kitchens are good. The events that we had in the summer and fall seem to go well. We have the organizers of these farmers markets, and the little food events that go on in the counties are pretty good now about contacting us. So that's something that's taken a while for people to, yeah, and then people change positions and then forget that they're supposed to contact us. But, all these little events, if they're not licensed food vendors, we just have them give us a little plan on what they're doing for food, and we usually issue them a free.
Does each person that comes to them have to kind of like get a hold of you, or like when they have a day of that?
So
is there one person to take care of it?
Usually the organizer is pretty good about either telling us who they have coming as far as vendors, but and again, they can tell us, hey, I've got these 6 people, and we can say, okay, 4 of them have a state license, so you're good to go, and then the other 2 have them get a hold of us, and then we'll give them a temporary. So yeah, but generally, a lot of these vendors that actually go do other events are pretty good. They work with us, and they understand it's the same thing in every single county. So it's none of it's very boring or weird to them. So, but no, people are just pretty easy to deal with. And things seem to go pretty good this year, thankfully. Nothing really major, thankfully.
Okay. Any comment for Chad? Alrighty, we'll go ahead and move ahead with Amanda Boyer with the Granite County Tobacco Prevention Report.
Okay, so you guys can hear me?
Yep.
All right. You guys know I've been working on these surveys for about 18 months now. I'm up to 135 responses. 71% agree or strongly agree that secondhand cigarette smoke is bothering them. Just in general, 51.1% report having friends or family members who struggle with secondhand smoke exposure. 83.7% agree or strongly agree that they do not like breathing secondhand smoke or vapor when they enter a business, which is kind of the point of the whole thing. 76.3% agree or strongly agree that they do not like seeing people smoke or vape near a business entrance. And then 79.2% agree or strongly agree that the ordinance for a 30-foot distance ruling is a good idea. That's just a small tweak in the ordinance language, and Powell County and Anaconda County have both passed that. Anaconda's had it in place since 2018, and Powell County's had it in place for a year and a half, coming up on 2 years. So, the public comments, I just left them in the document, and I think you guys have a copy of my report. I kind of emailed it yesterday, so it might not have made it in. But anyways, things that I did over the last quarter, I came out on October 7th with a youth presentation on their experience in legislature. It wasn't highly attended, but the girls did a good job and they're practicing, so it was good for them either way. It was their first time presenting to the public. October 24th, we brought tobacco education booth to the Granite County Health Fair. It was a really good turnout. It was a nice day. Got a lot of materials and collected a lot more surveys that day. I did deliver Red Ribbon Week kits to Hall, Drummond, and Phillipsburg schools for Red Ribbon Week. We had teachers apply for those kits and it went well. November 5th, presented to the Hall students on the dangers of vaping, including health impacts, addiction, and industry marketing. It was a Minecraft presentation and it resonated with all but one of the students, so that was a pretty good turnout. On November 13th, I hosted a cessation education night with bookmaking. It also only had about 7 people at it, but it's picking up the advertising. I learned a little bit more about how to advertise that. And by the time I got that class over to Anaconda, we had 25 people show up. And that's scheduled for your Phillipsburg library sometime in January or February, as well as the youth presentation. They're also coming to Phillipsburg, probably January or February. December 10th, I was out for the DUI task force meeting and we did finalize plans for a countywide school assembly. We're bringing Michael DeLeon in and he's presenting on the dangers of underage drinking, marijuana use, and vaping. He is $7,500 a day, but the tobacco budget paid for about 75% of that, and the DUI task force budget paid for a quarter of it. So it's working out really well. And the third presentation of the day will be at the Phillipsburg School, and he is staying afterwards to do a staff presentation or training. And then DUI task force members, Board of Health members, law enforcement, and county officials are invited to come, and I'll make sure you guys have those details. So that's all I've got for you guys.
On your public comments, is this resident getting a hold of you? On the
What's that?
vaping? On the public comments, is this is the local resident when they're talking about the bar and stuff?
I don't know who it is. The surveys, those are the comments on the surveys that I collected.
Okay,
Yeah, all those public comments are listed on the paper copies of the surveys.
okay.
One person left their name, all the rest of them, I mean, it's designed to be an anonymous survey, so.
Okay. Alrighty, well, thank you. Is there any questions for Amanda?
Justine Richmond, you mentioned a tweak to the ordinance language. Is that the
Yes.
county?
It is.
When is that gonna be presented?
I'm just still collecting some more surveys and getting more public comment and feedback, but we might present some ideas at the next Board of Health meeting, but I don't see putting it up for a vote for 6 months or so. I think that the commissioners need to look at that language and see what it entails. How many surveys do you guys think is a good representation?
I'm not sure, Amanda.
What's the current population of Granite County?
912 or something like that.
3,300 in Granite County.
Yeah, oh, in the whole
Or county.
3,300
But for Phillipsburg or county?
county.
Yeah. County.
County.
Okay.
I collected 219 for the passing of it in Powell County, and our population 7,000. I think you guys have a really good amount of surveys. It's kind of a surprising number for the population. So I think we've already surpassed percentage-wise the amount of surveys that were collected for Anaconda and for Powell County. But I'm making sure to get surveys from the school, from the health fairs. I went on foot and surveyed every single business on Main Street in Phillipsburg, the forest department, just making sure that it's not all health professionals or all school related professionals. Everybody who came in to pay their water bill had an opportunity to fill out the survey. Your clerk and recorder she probably got 40 or 50 of them for me. So I think there's a pretty good representation. And all I'm seeing with the data that I'm collecting is it's pretty much staying exactly the same from when I had 10 surveys to when I'm having 100 surveys. And I think because about 78-80% of the population don't smoke, that's probably those numbers are not really gonna change. And they actually mimic the numbers that were collected in Powell County and Anaconda County. So I don't really see those numbers changing all that much, but I could be wrong.
Okay, well, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Alrighty, well, we'll go ahead and go into public health nurse with Deb Robinson. PrEP report discussion.
All right, good morning. I'm going to start with, we are going to have a blood drive in Drummond Thursday from 1 to 6. We have plenty of spots available if anyone would like to sign up. I will start with our PhEP report. We have received an additional $10,000 to spend on avian flu. We've been working with the chicken coop down in Drummond to order some supplies that they need. We will also be able to charge all of my time for flu shot clinics to that grant. It all has to be spent by January 16th, that extra money. So we'll look back. It can go from September 16th to January 16th and see what we can charge to that extra funding. PhEP, we did 93 COVID and flu vaccines in October. Most of them were through our Blue Cross Blue Shield van. We started in Georgetown Lake, we ended in Drummond. We was in the schools and had a pretty good turnout for the school vaccines this year. Our numbers are always down every year. It seems like it doesn't matter what we do. Flu numbers are down every year. So just continuing to get out and be in the community. We had a health fair in October. We had a good amount of vendors, not a lot of participants, but we was really able to connect with each other and hone in on some resources. Our immunization grant, pretty much the same. We've given a few measles vaccines, but not a big uptick in measles vaccines. If you've been paying attention, Gallatin County has had some cases. They went Black Friday shopping and ended up in Missoula. So just kind of holding out to see about measles. We've been through the schools, so hopefully the schools have a good idea of who is vaccinated and who is not. We don't have the best vaccination rate, so just crossing fingers we don't get measles this year. Like I said, we had a health fair in Phillipsburg. We will have another one in Drummond in the spring, along with our student health fair in the spring. Our student health fair will be April 22nd, and we do both Phillipsburg and Drummond. We will look at May in Drummond for a health fair. We had State of Mind come to Phillipsburg in November. I did have Miranda give you the printout of everything that they did, but it was a very interesting experience. They worked with the kids 9 through 12 in the Phillipsburg school And then we had a production that evening. And then the next morning we really met and kind of went over, what we heard from the kids, what we could do. The kids say they really would like to be more involved in community activities. So our group is really looking to find businesses maybe to take those kids in. That report is very interesting, so take a few minutes and look through that. They would like to return in March. They really enjoyed working with our students. They felt like they were very mature and had some really good things to say. So they would like to come back in March just to take a deeper dive with just the students, not the staff. We didn't really have super good school participation, but the students were really good to work with. So we're working with that. I've been working with Drummond to see if I can get State of Mind in Drummond, but had no luck. So that's where we're at. Our sexual risk avoidance education, I will be doing some hands-on training in January in Kalispell, and then I'll get started in February. That's for the 5th and 6th graders. And I will get started in the schools. February and March, you'll see me in the schools. And that's about it for public health.
Any comments or questions? Thank you, Deb.
Thanks.
Do we have any comment from local health officer, Dr. Kira Khan?
She's not on.
You got any comments or anything from the hospital?
No, the only thing that we've seen is the uptick in norovirus. It's not.
Could you hold your name? I'm sorry.
This is Jessica Martin from the hospital. The only thing that we've seen is an uptick in norovirus, the stomach bug that's been going around, but it seems like we're on the downward trend now. It kind of hit pretty hard after the Thanksgiving period, but it seems like it's either made it through the population or people are practicing better hand washing techniques. So it started to slow down, but that's really the only thing that we've seen kind of trending in the area.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Being none, I will call the agenda item for the next quarterly meeting. When is it?
March 17th?
March 17th.
St. Patrick's Day.
What's that?
St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
We can change it.
Doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me at all. It's your.
Might have to take a
word.
holiday on that day. I'm Irish.
We're all Irish.
Same.
All right, so it's March 17th at 9 AM. I guess we'll adjourn. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody.
You.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Jack.
You know.
We need a Hank snack.
Going
All
on?
right, so we'll go ahead and jump into the board minutes for
You know what?
December 9th.
Yesterday, he called. He's working on it. So yeah.
I make a motion that, we accept the board minutes for December 9th, 2025.
Yeah. No. He's working on
Public
it.
comment,
You're good.
being none, all in favor? Aye.
No, I might have to look when I'm back. I'll get in the office. Yeah.
First one's a Christmas card from the Missoula County Commissioners.
And Monty.
Man.
They get passes to the beer game.
I have a letter here on correspondence from Tyler Bonberger, I'll bring it up during a meeting at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, there's lots of airport stuff. Make a pile.
I knew we had that break, I'll read over. The next one, sorry, was from Lauren DeWitt. It's on the airport beacon. And the next one's from Jen Walters. Just send them to the side and we'll go over them.
Yeah, I'll bring it upstairs.
And there's another one here from Kevin Yoga or Yoga.
Yeah, he's with that FAA.
All right, the next one is, proposed wireless telecommunications facility, Phillipsburg.
Good.
This is a person, Jason Evans, he's starting up, he's a project manager, and it's on their wire. They're trying to put in on Phillipsburg here, the western portion of town.
But may I make a comment from this Kevin Dakota? On the last page where it says, Riddick is a public airport that receives federal funds. They don't receive federal funds.
That have for that, like that,
They apply for grants,
yeah, that's federal funding,
right?
yeah. So the, like that preliminary engineering with federal funding, yeah. So, yeah, the regs on beacons are gonna apply to us. Yeah, and that's the, I think what they're,
But it's not that they're supported by the federal funds, it's.
They
it's
went out.
grant.
yeah, yeah,
They went
yeah,
out.
yeah,
I mean,
correct,
they need to
yeah,
make that clear,
yeah.
the way this town, it's like, it receives federal funds all the
That's,
time.
yeah, okay, that,
Okay, I just wanted to make it
Clarified,
clear
yeah.
that.
Publicly
Okay.
funded,
yeah.
just as a grant.
Yeah, there's county, those, yeah.
And here's one from Melanie Graham on the airfield. The Michael Miller. Good thing you got that break in there.
Uh-huh.
This one is from Benton Brooks.
He's on the airport board.
Next one's from Corinne Bynum, I know, it's a follow-up on the 25th, 25 quarterly call. I would like to continue quarterly calls with the commissioners into 2026. They've got dates of February 24th, May 12th, August 18th, November 10th, all of 2026. I guess I don't have a problem with it, it's just if that'll work on days that work, they're all except for one, November 10th on a Wednesday.
That's it, I checked, it's on Tuesday,
Oh, okay.
so we should be good there.
Yeah,
Yeah, if things work for you guys, they should work.
I will go ahead and put them on the agenda then for them days. You guys
Okay.
good with that? Sure.
Say that again.
You're good with that? Put them on the agenda for them days.
Oh,
Agree?
oh, yeah.
That's it for correspondence. Any comment on correspondence?
The ones on the airport, you'll
I
discuss
did.
later at one.
Yeah, I guess I told them that we just put them off to the side and then we have that break, I'll read through them and then we'll have them up there with us at one. I haven't read, I started reading them, but they're really better, so I'll just at lunchtime or whatever, I'll stay and read them. We'll be all right.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I know we're a little ways ahead. We'll go ahead and jump into the public comment.
Justine Richmond, I don't know if the camera's on or not.
It's on them, but I can put it on here. Just a second.
I've noticed a difference in the way commissioner absences are handled. In some cases, a reason is provided for the absence. In a fair number of cases, there is no reason provided. However, on the meeting minutes, it indicates excused. That person was excused. So I have a couple of questions about that. One is, what is considered an excused absence for a Granite County commissioner when they're not present at the commissioner meetings? Number two, who approves excused absences? And number three, are court appearances for criminal charges and jail time considered excused absences? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, if one of the commissioners has a doctor's appointment, that's not public information, so I don't think they should have to say that or whatever. Would that be excused? Yes, similar things like that, I mean, being ill, other important matters. I don't see any of these commissioners missing very many meetings at all, so I don't see it as an issue. Who excuses it? In the minutes there, it was the two commissioners that were present. But if a commissioner is sick, I don't think you need the other two to excuse it. I think it's for, it's following the format. If the last question was if, attending to criminal matters was, an excused absence. Yeah, I mean, everyone's innocent until proven guilty. So if you have a court hearing, then that should be excused.
So the two commissioners that are present determine whether or not there is an excuse, something is considered excused. And is that public? Their discussion of that? Or do they just say, well, it's personal or medical or like a very general?
You just state that at the beginning of the meeting, that they're out for personal reasons. So
It's usually said they're out. So for instance, whenever Commissioner McClure is out, there's a reason given. For instance, Mako meeting, stuck at airport.
But if it's a personal matter, we don't broadcast that. If she'd had a
Nobody's
meeting,
asking for personal details, but for every time that Commissioner Adler and every time that Commissioner Pulaski have been absent, there's been no information provided. However, in the minutes, it's been indicated that it was excused. So
Next time
that's
I'll
why
bring
these
a note from my
questions-
doctor. If you're gonna treat me like a little kid, I'll bring a note.
Yeah, this is nitpicky politics. It's not right.
Well, I understand that there is a criminal matter that involves one of the commissioners.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll leave it at that.
There any other public?
Can I make a comment on that? I don't think it's up to the commission to decide whether or not this particular commission is absent or not. If we're aware of it, then we make sure who, and for example, with Scott, he's the chairman, so we did. It's nobody's business why a commission is not there if they're excused. I don't see where you can decide that we need to say, well, we're absent because of this reason, that reason, even employment. If you're employed through somebody, it's not advertised why you're absent.
We got one up here, so.
Let's see.
One of the concerns I have is if the commissioner is continually missing, and then I think that affects the public, I think that. But as far as, the two having to excuse the one, I don't think it's required by statute. I think it's kind of protocol. But the commissioners are missing, it's just like a airport board, if they're in their bylaws, if they miss so many, then they could be removed. And so if someone's not doing their job, then I think that's cause for concern.
I was just gonna add, basically, what, Mr. Bradshaw said is that, the commissioners are elected officials. The public does have some right to know some information. If there is a commissioner that is continually absent, in my opinion, especially for a criminal matter, that also has the potential to present conflicts of interest. I think the public has every right to know that. And it's my understanding that there is a criminal matter that involves one of the commissioners. My opinion on that, I don't think we should pay them to, I don't think that we should use taxpayer money for this person to go to court and defend themselves in a criminal matter. That's just my opinion, but I appreciate
Well,
I appreciate the time.
definitely no county funds would be used in that defense. So is that right?
If it is considered an excused absence, that commissioner is still getting paid, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they're on salary, yeah.
Alright. We have another comment.
Good morning, Elena Gagliano for the record. Again, it's kind of hard hearing who's talking when, and I'll just listen to the recording, but here's my comment. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record. I know I've brought this up several times before, but I never received an answer regarding closed meetings, scheduled or non-scheduled, and I think you have one scheduled for today. My question, what specific section in MCA 2-3-203 does it allow commission discretion? And I'd like an answer to that, specifically what the code number is. And you can answer that in the future once it's looked up. I'll listen. Thank you.
What was that called?
So I wouldn't call it commission discretion. It's the law is when the rights of privacy exceed the public's right to know, then the chair may and should close it unless it's been right to privacy been waived. And so that's Montana Supreme Court statutory law on that. And so don't want to violate anyone's right to privacy.
Any other public comment?
Blaine.
Yeah.
Is there anything in the statutes, what is considered unexcused absence for an elected official?
I'll look that up here.
Could we get a sympathy card too and send out to Kenny Kane, Kathy, or Kathy Kane? She used to be dispatcher.
Okay.
Passed away.
What was that?
It was Friday, or Saturday.
So here, Montana Constitution, Article 2, Section 9. No person shall be deprived of the right to examine documents in the state of Montana and subdivisions except in cases which demand individual privacy clearly exceeds the merits of public disclosure.
And that would be relating to what?
Just, the basis for when the individual's right to privacy exceeds the public's right to know, it's closed, it's not open to the public. And that's, I mean, any employee issue, an elected official may not have that right to privacy, but a county employee definitely.
So Blaine, what you're saying is an elected official, if they have something going on in their private life, then it can be put to the scrutiny. But it's scrutiny of the public, they can air.
Yeah, it could be, I mean, it could be, yeah, there could be public, that could be closed,
What do you mean by close? Just,
in a closed meeting. Closed as well.
so I don't get it in case of absences, what would that have to do with?
Oh, I was just talking about in response to Elena's question, like county commission has on your agenda,
Oh.
closed meeting personnel or
Oh,
like
okay,
that, yeah.
that's her broken record, right? Forgot about that. I was talking about absences.
Yeah, I don't, definitely, I don't, commissioners going to the doctor, whatever, there's a right to privacy there. It's not, that's not public information. So to have a general discussion, say they're, you know, they're excused, I think that's sufficient. In that situation.
Mr. Bradshaw, so it sounds like they could be. It could be excused to attend, to miss a meeting for a court hearing for a criminal matter. Is that, how does that
Yeah, I think they,
play out?
and they have, yeah, they have rights within themselves, so I think that is, reading ordinance. I mean, that's my legal opinion, it's not, I mean, it's not.
So you're saying one of the commissioners were absent during a regularly scheduled meeting for a criminal hearing, is that what you're
I
saying?
believe so, yeah. I believe so. Based on information that I've received, yes.
It was me. I have nothing to hide. I never hide nothing. It was me, and I did have a doctor's appointment. You happy? Are you-
I don't think I would be happy unless you resigned, to be honest.
I think your 3 minutes are up for a public meeting.
You asked me the question, I'm sorry.
Any other public comment? Is Paul coming in today? I mean,
I still haven't
I
heard.
haven't talked to him.
Oh, he's not,
Oh, I don't know, I haven't talked to him.
I haven't talked to him either.
Never heard otherwise.
He's still got 5 minutes.
Can't believe the way some of the roads broke up.
What's that?
The way some of the roads have broke up.
No, I was talking to him last week and like you have to get the plow or the blade back out, start blading these roads, they're falling apart now with everything freezing and then unfreezing and rain.
So Blaine, if you have something that you want to discuss with the commission and it's concerning, departments and and you want to bring it to their attention and if something has to go on the agenda, it can be put on the agenda, but can we close the meeting to do something like that?
Depends on what the subject matter is. So if it was, say regards, such as we just talked about health, the health of the official, no, but if it's something, they're, potentially other public duties that we're doing, commission cannot basically tell public official how to do their job. They can, the commission is a check that they actually do their job. So, yeah, that's the, I meant to say that earlier.
Well, like, so this would be if things aren't done timely and
That could be, yeah, that would be, if there's a public official, that'd be open.
what I'm talking about.
I'd encourage probably, chat with the public official individually, and then, but if it doesn't get done, then that would be.
Well, I know that I want to publicly chat with these two officials. Or
Then you could ask for.
what brought
agenda-
brought to my attention.
You can ask for agenda item.
Gravel with this.
Okay.
Travelers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bridge, not like that. 30 days, so.
There's another,
Well,
there's another.
that one's the travelers. For the cold or the caliber.
He's got, there's another one.
The
Tyler?
was, yeah,
So-
the sand was just added on the same bill.
Oh, yeah, well, that one's probably go to bridge, so right, that.
That one goes to bridge up, and that one should just be our sand. Yeah. Yep. Go ahead, Miranda.
Tyler.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I am new to county commissioner meetings. I'm wondering if this is the correct venue or time to comment on the airport expansion.
It's a public comment, but we have a meeting at 1 o'clock. But it is public comment if you got comments on it.
Okay, I'll make it quick. I went to school in Phillipsburg there. My mother, Janice Gross, has a home there in Phillipsburg, so I'm commenting on her behalf. I was really surprised when it came to my attention, the discussion about expanding the airport and having the ability for private jets to fly in and out of our small town community. I'm not sure what specific problem that expansion would solve. It just seems like the pros of expanding the airport for the more wealthy residents, landowners to utilize that public space, if you will, versus light pollution, noise pollution, air pollution, property value impact. If it's those few folks that don't want to drive from Missoula like the rest of us when they land their airplane, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Long-term community vision, is this something that it's aligned with what Phillipsburg wants to be, that identity of whatever that might be, the next Whitefish, the next Yellowstone Club, something like that. So just something I hope is being considered and well thought out, the impacts of and the cost of something like that going into our town.
Tyler, this is Blaine. How's it going?
Good, Blaine. How are you?
Doing good. So there's no plan for expansion of the airport? what they're looking at now with that preliminary engineering was basically just fixing the runway was more the issue. So there's been a lot said about expanding. There's not really even any space there to expand it, so really, yeah, that has not been, as my understanding, not been on the commission's mind at all, expanding the airport. Just making sure that it's not fixing the chunks that are missing out of the pavement is the plan, my understanding. Yeah.
That was the
Okay.
whole-
Well, there you go. That's what a little bit of misinformation will do for you. So thank you for clarifying that, Blaine, and I hope all of you have a good rest of your day. I'm going to get back to work here.
All right, you too.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thanks, guys. Yep, take care. Bye.
Any other public comment? Alrighty, we'll go ahead and jump into the weekly report with Road and Bridge Superintendent Paul.
Don, I guess the way our weather's been, we're gonna start mowing again.
Get the lawnmower out.
Yeah.
Burning green.
Well, we got all the main stuff done. And we need it done, so now we'll just go start doing a bunch of the other roads that we didn't, as long as we got this weather with it. And running a couple of graders. It's unbelievable weather, that's about all I can say about it.
Yeah.
The roads are still wet, obviously, to be blading, but we're blading, getting a lot of the holes out. A little bit of slime's a lot better than bouncing through the bottle over. They'll make it happen, so.
Where are you looking at, Bladen?
Right now we're out at Middle Fork. Yeah, and we're up at Ross's Fork and we went over to Dunkelberg. And we got another one that's up at, Bear Gulch right now. We're just kind of working out our way west. And got a couple guys cold patching. Trying to get some of it, and they're up at the lake. Trying to get some of them holes filled up.
Oh, and they sure showed that they did, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And then we got a call, we couldn't get any cold patch. And now they're doing it over in Thompson Falls at the plant over there. They emailed me. Their price is $285 a ton. Just awful pricey, but we better get some.
How much are you thinking?
Oh, we usually get like 100 tons.
Yeah.
If we got half of that. But we're gonna need it in the spring, no questions about it. And if we're lucky, we don't use it all, but I mean.
So
They could go in half, you know?
That's what I was thinking, maybe just go half.
you think the price will go up?
I think we won't get it if we don't order it.
Okay,
That's what I'm thinking. And I'm gonna call, I think before we jump on that. I'm waiting for a call from John from Knife River to make damn sure they're not gonna be making it in the spring, it'll get hold off in the spring. Yeah, as long as we get some, we're gonna be okay.
Mhm.
But we're gonna have to get it. And the stuff in the winter is always a little bit more expensive because it's more pliable for the colder weather,
so if you ordered half now, then it'd be better to get the other half in the spring?
If they're gonna make it, but the way they talk, they're out of the business, they're not gonna make it anymore.
So
In
shouldn't we
Missoula.
get what we need now
I
instead
think,
of? If we aren't gonna be able to get it in the spring, if we only have half of what we need.
right, but I wanted to make sure that to get the clarification for that we're 100% are not going to
Okay,
before we do it,
but what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be wiser to get what you need instead of just half? Am I confused or what?
I'm just seeing if them other guys were gonna make it in
Oh.
spring.
yeah, if
So
they're gonna
we
make
get
it in the
that.
spring, it'll probably be $100 cheaper.
Okay, I see.
Yeah,
Why didn't you say that?
well, I was interrupted.
What's the?
No, I
what's-
didn't. I asked you for a question.
What's the cost, I mean, is it it's not over the 80,000, is it?
No, we got 100.
It's roughly good out here.
Yeah,
It's a
Yeah.
I was just thinking like if he could go ahead and get half, but at least we have that and then play it, you know, at least we can get some of that done.
Right, and we're not out yet, I mean, we're still using what we have,
Yeah.
but. Obviously, they want $150 an hour to truck it, well, we'll truck it ourselves. You know,
Yeah.
for sure.
I'd definitely go ahead and get half right now and then see what, or find out what Night
Yeah,
River says. Talk to them.
I'd like to. I'll find out exactly, I know we can get it here in the next few weeks, but I'd like to use up the stuff that we have first. You know, so it's not, cause if we don't use it first, we can't get to it, or how we store it.
And it falls apart, I mean, it's just.
Yeah, and
not
then
good
now
when you
with
get
the
to
dam.
it, Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just go ahead and at least you know you can get half.
Yeah.
That good?
But I think, if, like Blanche said, if Knife River says they're not making any in the spring, we better
And
just
get
get
the
a
whole
hundred.
thing.
Yeah.
So we're all in agreement
So
with
that would be, instead of, if you know they're not going to, and we're not going to be able to get it $100 cheaper, then we need to just get it,
Right,
okay?
and who knows, maybe there won't be that much cheaper either, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
But it's a hell of a lot closer to haul it. We'll just see what the deal is, but if they're not gonna make it, we can't get it, we better get it.
Yeah.
From that.
Sounds good. At least this way you know you can get some and then in
Right.
case you have to get your name on it,
Yeah, exactly.
you know.
And,
Then maybe when, if they don't, then you can just say, yeah, we'll take the.
yeah. Then, I mean, another thing we have to think about too, is we're gonna spend a lot of money on Durapatch oil. We never did any of that this year. And honestly, if this crazy weather stays like this, we'll probably get some
yeah,
and just filter it in and do it as we can do it. A couple totes at a time, because if that stuff sits, it goes bad and you waste that money too, you know? You
Yeah.
gotta be able to use it or you can't.
Well, at least if you have it there, you can grab it and go, like when you get in 50-degree days, you know,
Right.
you can go, make sure you always have a couple coats handy.
Yeah, just, yeah, years ago, they left it in the shed there. We lost $10,000-$20,000 worth of it.
Yeah.
No good. But anyway. Then I'll be on vacation next week, I'll be gone, so,
They get that truck done,
yes,
front door.
Yeah.
Like, it looks pretty good.
yeah, I'm gonna go get Brad, when I leave here, we'll go get it picked up.
Heavy duty,
Yeah, shouldn't, that's that problem.
yeah. You think about doing the other one then?
I think so, yeah,
Yeah, you brought that up last week.
yeah, I thought so.
Scheduled in to get it fixed or.
You know, iron, everything all here and ready and,
Looks really good, did a good job.
yeah,
I thought,
it's.
I didn't know it was done with sitting down, it just looked at.
Do that, get the stuff ordered after the first of the year. Too bad we wouldn't have had everything and then he could have had a template, but everything's just a little bit different and
Right.
you know how that goes.
There any other comment for Paul? I don't.
Oh, Cliff Colts. That get done?
No,
What's that?
I'll ask about Cliff Colts, cause they'll be, Dave Harris will be asking.
no, if we get a chance, we'll get up there, but right now we're waiting. And they'll have to answer his phone sometimes when you talk to them.
Yeah, you gotta talk to him like certain times of the day, you know.
Well, you know, he's not out trapping, there's no snow to go anywhere.
No, he's in Bill's moonshine and traffic, so.
It's all
All right, that's it. Okay, we'll see you later. Yep, we have no more weeks to
right.
go.
Good vacation.
Yep, we'll see you.
Did you do Labor Day?
No.
Made it in time.
Yeah, good job.
We're
We're on schedule now.
You're on schedule.
so was Tyler in your class?
Yes, yeah.
I hate trying to clean glasses because it gets smeary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sticking mine, I need clean too.
We be very careful.
Yeah.
Giving up on the contacts, any of contacts?
No, I do both, but yeah, my left eye got a little worse, so now I can't. With these glasses, I can't see anything, so the contacts are bifocal, so need to start wearing them more. And just go with bifocal glasses, I was trying to avoid it.
Right.
I scheduled an eye appointment like a month ago and quickly they get me in like February 2nd. Oh,
Yeah.
at that Rocky Mountain and
All good.
the dog chewed up my glasses. I'm on my last set of contacts. I just use sparingly.
My dad goes family vision, Holy Thomas.
Oh, yeah.
Try him.
I was there at one point.
Yeah.
I don't know, all of our kids go to
Rock.
was not.
Alrighty, we'll go ahead and jump into the solid waste district report. I have one from John Kendall. Now, have you guys read that? They each got it?
Yeah.
We didn't get nothing from Todd.
So it must have been Wednesday, December 10th that you
Yeah.
talked.
Yeah. Yes, and I did talk to him about stuff up there. I went up as a, just dump my own stuff. Cat's coming back. I thought they had it all done, but he said they're coming back, but, the way when I talked to Herzog, it seemed like they had everything figured out. They just had a bad cell in the battery, which nothing we can do about that, but other than that, we need to either put that backhoe out for sale or bid, I mean, cause he's been using it, it's a hazard. Told him not to, cause that thing cracks all the way around the front, that falls off. Yeah, this is the reason why we went ahead and got it, but he's not too happy with the backhoe that we purchased, or that I. But, you know, it's a 2019, I mean, come on. It's really good.
What's the other one? What year is it?
I'm not sure, but.
It's old, right?
Yeah, there's, well,
90s?
yeah, but so I think, if they have to, we need to move it out of there, so they don't use it, and put it out for bid.
Do we get, maybe Paul, road department, go pick it up and put it at the shop so people can come look at it?
Yeah, I got, probably put it out there where they get them, they should ask Paul if they're gonna ask you to, see about parking it over there and just put it for, you know, put it in the papers, put it, take out bids in the next couple of weeks. But I'll see if he'll call him, see if he'll just get it out there.
Maybe want Miranda to put a notice.
Yeah.
Yep.
If it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to get the information, I guess, the year,
Yeah.
all that.
Other than that, on the sign thing, he wasn't very happy with the signs due to the fact that he was never communicated with it. And I said, well, I just assumed Todd, because they're in the thing together. But he didn't like the way the sign was set up. I said, well, we didn't do it, but Todd set them up. So he don't wanna hang the one sign. I told him to make sure and hang the red sign, cause it has all the. Oh,
Metal.
bullets, all that stuff, so
Bus will.
I said that probably the other one, I guess, if you're not. He don't mind having the grass dumped in his burn pit. Biggest thing. But. Other than that,
So that sign that Scott had, is that going to the STEM site?
he's going to Phillipsburg one.
Is Scott taking it down there?
Yeah. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wasn't Todd saying that's a violation of the burn permit? Do you want me to look into that or?
Well, it's just a lot of it's, you know, people rake up their dry grass and, or mold. As long as they ain't plastic bags, what's it gonna hurt to put it?
I can look it up and see if that's correct. If you want.
I mean, we've never, ever had nothing from BEQ on a burn, right? I mean, we burn grass, it's just a.
I don't know about that, but I know that it smokes so bad.
Well, they can
It's
stir
not
it, so.
spread out. So that would be the, site attendants
Yeah.
to spread it out before they,
You know, and I don't think they get, even if they get that much, but if they did, they could set it out and then just roll it over with their backhoe and then shove it up in there, spread it out in the first pit. I mean, you're not getting thousands and thousands of yards of it. It's not like it's a mound, you know.
well, right now it goes into the dumpsters.
Some do,
Yeah, well, that's the way it's always been.
but I don't think we don't wanna tell them no, that they can't bring it in. I think it's something for, you know, cleaning up. Otherwise, you're gonna start seeing it over the banks up here and there in town, it's roads and ditches, and then we're gonna have a water problem.
Green grass is a lot of weight for garbage.
So, other than that, that's about all I have to say on it. I'll get a hold of Paul and see if they can run down and grab that with the.
Yeah, I'm part of the whole.
Blaine, so on that, you're gonna find out whether or not you can or can't.
Yeah,
Cause the one thing that I know that has happened in the past is that this dump site would not let you put grass on the burn pile. So people were taking it and dumping it all over the place out in the forest. And you don't want that, and they're dumping it in plastic bags.
One of the thing about it, you don't know what's coming out of the yard, you start spreading that stuff, and there's a weed, you know, they can get into that weed program and. Well, he probably knows a lot more about it, you start dumping that stuff on Forest Service. Yeah, yeah, cause you start dumping on Forest Service, throwing the campgrounds, it's,
Yeah,
it's just as easy to take out there,
weed seed free, you don't know what's in it.
keep the county clean and. Roll it around and burn. Any other comments on solid waste? I'll call Paul right now. If you get that back or the holder, yeah. And then we can look it up. Hey, Paul, I'm, is there any way that you can go down to the solid waste with that lowboy trailer and bring that backhoe out to the county shop parked across there so we can sell it? Yeah. I don't know if you wanna take it down the highway. It's got some pretty big cracks under there. If we could just haul it out there and then just leave them, we'll put it for 2 weeks and then they could, if we got a guy that, you know, it don't have to be done right today. Yeah, that's what, yeah, spots there, we got the sand and then, well, that way people can go look at it. Alright, thanks. Bye.
Can you do it today?
He's set by tomorrow, but he's already got the guys out.
Oh, yeah, cause you don't want him using it,
Told him not to.
wanna get it out of there,
It is got,
yeah.
Any public comment? It's all it looks. All right, jump into the dam timbers report. It's sitting at 6428.05, 17.4. Cool. We're getting moisture now. It was 17.64 last week at 10 CS. What's your recommendation?
A motion to stay at 10 CFS.
With that,
Public comment?
it went up.
Yeah, we gained another 3/4 of an inch on this.
No gaining.
So last week, we were looking at maybe bumping it up to like 12 or something like that, but we looked at our yearly. Where we were at last year for elevation and we're way lower, so we just left it at 10 since we were.
Yeah, I read the stuff that you guys do, yeah. I think, yeah, let's try to gain it and then we can. Try to make it work so we can make some money off of it. All in favor?
aye,
Motion carried back. Righty, sorry. We're right on time. We'll do the joint resolution, Granite County resolution and Phillipsburg area. Multi-jurisdictional library district resolution 25-1 first read.
So the statute talks about how the resolution comes from the county commission to the election administrator.
Yeah.
The existing, yearly levy is 48,500. And it sounds like that's what they're asking for equal, adding another 48,500. For that to go to the voters to approve that or not. Did they sign the resolution yet or, so they-
Don't think so.
Okay.
Because you were gonna update it.
so, yeah, Sue has the updated one, county commissioner has the updated one, but yeah, I just wanted to sign by next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday? Okay.
Or
I'll make a note.
Tuesday.
We'll put it on for the second reading next Tuesday.
Yeah, if you would. Yeah, so, it is, for increase for a house of 100,000, the increase would be
They get up to 97.
Yes.
additional $2.52 for the additional 48,500, or, yeah, per year. For a home of 300,000, $7.55, house of 600,000, $18.07.
So we'll put it on the agenda for the second reading, discussion, decision next week,
Sounds good.
and you guys get that signed. So we'll get that in.
Does every board member need to sign it or?
Yeah, just the majority.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry, I was.
I'm sorry. You're probably gonna do this, but is it gonna be read for the first time today?
First reading today, yeah.
Well, generally, they waive the first reading, but if anyone would like it read, they could sign.
Please? Could you please read it, since it's the first reading?
Read it.
You want the whole thing read, or just what the price is and?
Joint resolution, Granite County Resolution 2025-17. Phillipsburg Area Multi Jurisdictional Library District 2025-1. Granite County and Phillipsburg Area Multi Jurisdictional Library District Resolution calling for election on a proposed tax levy for said district. That the election be held in conjunction with the primary election on June 2nd. Whereas Section 22-1-304 MCA grants Board Granite County Commissioner statutory authority subject to MCA Section 15-10-420 levy taxes to raise the amount necessary to profit for the operation of said Phillipsburg Area Multi-Jurisdictional Library District each year, and whereas Section 22-3-1-304 and all authorizes the Board of County Commissioners to fix and levy a tax on the taxable value of all taxable property in the library district sufficient to raise the amount hereby certified by the Library Districts Board pursuant to Montana Code Title 22. Whereas the Phillipsburg Area Multi-Jurisdictional Library District was established by a majority vote of the electors of Granite County in 2018. In 2018, the voters approved a permanent tax levy sufficient to raise 48,500 annually for financial support of ongoing operations. Said library district, the cost of operating the library and services have risen over the subsequent years. Currently, an additional 48,500 for fiscal years necessary for ongoing operational costs of the library district. Whereas the Board of Directors for the Phillipsburg Area Multi-Jurisdictional Library District in connection with the Board of County Commissioners have determined and hereby certified that the funds, specifically additional funds of up to 48,500 per fiscal year, for a total of 97,000 per fiscal year, are necessary for ongoing operation and be derived from authorized tax levy as such funds are essential to the continued operation of the library district. Whereas Sections 15-10-420 through 425 in sequence, and Section 22-1-304, subsection 2 require that the question of opposing a tax levy must be submitted to the voters for approval or disapproval. Whereas the Board of Trustees of the said library district deem it necessary and proper that the Board of County Commissioners and the Granite County Election Administrator submit the question of a tax levy, the additional financial support of operations of the voters of the said library district at election held on June 2nd, 2026, in conjunction with the primary election. Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors, the Board of Directors of the said library district request the Board of County Commissioners to submit such to the vote of electors so the said Board of County Commissioners submit the question of raising an additional amount of 48,500 per fiscal year by imposing a tax levy, raising the tax levy from 48,000 per fiscal year to 97,000 per fiscal year. And this amount of funding is necessary for the said library district purposes and operations to the voters of said library district at the election conducted by the Granite County Election Administrator being held in conjunction with the primary election on June 2nd, 2026. On approval of the voters, this additional levy of $48,500 per fiscal year, the Board of County Commissioners shall thereafter impose the additional tax levy approved by the voters in accordance with section 15-10-425 on a permanent basis beginning on July 1, 2026, on the taxable property of the said library district to raise funds necessary for library district purposes. Be it resolved, ballot language be as follows: proposal of the voters of Phillipsburg area multi-jurisdictional library district, the approval of a direct property tax levy to raise an additional amount up to and not to exceed $48,500 per fiscal year for ongoing operations of the library district. Currently, the voters approved a permanent tax levy of $48,500 per fiscal year for ongoing operations of the library district. This increase would bring the annual tax levy both $97,000 for ongoing operations. If not approved by a majority of the voters, then the current annual tax levy of $48,500 will remain as is. If approved by a majority of the voters, this additional tax levy would commence July 1st, 2026 and be permanent. The tax impact on a home valued at $100,000 would be an annual increase of $2.52 in property taxes. If this additional tax levy were to pass, the tax impact on a home valued at $300,000 would be an annual increase cost of $7.55 in property taxes. The tax impact on a home valued at $600,000 would be an annual increase cost of $18.07 in property taxes. An increase in property taxes may lead to an increase in rental costs. That last, if all this language is required by statute on the impact. Be it finally resolved that valid language shall state in all material respects as stated in Exhibit A attached, which is fully incorporated herein by reference. I just read the valid language.
This is on the web too, right? This is on our website. You need to read it more deeply, slower.
Is it the updated one that's on the website now? With the new price? Yeah. Oh.
Green slow.
I have public comment. Thanks, Maria.
I have just a general
Just a
question.
second, I got somebody, I just wait for her.
Oh.
Yeah, I've taken hers first.
Hello again, this is Elena Gagliano for the record. This joint resolution, library district, does this include Drummond?
No.
Well, then if a district is multi-jurisdictional, where are the multi-jurisdictions? Drummond is its own public library and Phillipsburg is its own public library.
So the district covers Phillipsburg, it actually covers the area of the Phillipsburg School District. So it covers the town of Phillipsburg as well as out in the county. So that's the multi-jurisdictional county and town. Does not, Drummond has its own district, you're correct.
Well, I thought the Phillipsburg was its own town of Phillipsburg, and that's the way it is. And if it's a wide district like that, I believe the trustees, just like the hospital board, have to be elected. Are these trustees elected?
No, statute allows for appointment.
Okay, thanks. I'll have to read it when I have a chance and see it in front of me and confirm the Montana code's annotated. Thank you.
The Drummond Library District appointments as well. And I think the statute allows either or. I'd have to double check that, but it does allow for appointments.
Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
Ashley Todd, Granite County Treasurer. I just have a question about the language on the ballot, and once it goes to vote, is it by majority number count vote or is it a percentage vote? I just wasn't sure about.
Majority vote
Okay, it's
of
not.
the voters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so one seventy-six vote nay, 177 vote yay, it's for the yay,
Yes,
right? It's not like a percentage over
correct.
the electoral.
No.
That was my question.
And in 2018, one thing I wanna say, in 2018, the voters of the district approved the district and the tax levy, so it was done, yeah. Done. in
Yeah.
2018.
And that also means just that district will vote on it, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, correct.
Any other public comment? Alrighty, well, we'll put it on the agenda for next week for second reading and we'll move on. Thank you. Blue John, you wanna come on up?
Love to.
Sorry about that.
I asked if I did have anything for you guys, and I lied to her.
Oh, look
This
at
You
you.
can state your name.
Oh, my apologies. Robert Littlejohn, Chief and President of Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance, here for answering your guys' questions and kind of going over how we've been doing. I'll hand these around to you guys.
Sorry.
The short of that, I won't read the whole thing out to you. Basically, when we started, when our policy was written, to change operational policy stuff, we needed a signature signed agreement from you guys to change operational policy. The way we've been operating, I feel like operation policies, things of that nature, how we do procedures should lay with the ambulance, members, so we can change our policy as we need to, as things progress and as we see, things fit to better serve the community and our organization. That being said, the Phillipsburg Volunteer Ambulance Association, as our board sits, is still under you folks here at the commissioners, so our bylaw changes would still have to come through you. Just operational policy, changes will go through, a vote at our ambulance ship, basically.
Yeah, and that's I don't think the commission wants to micromanage
That
that
all-
policy. I think maybe just letting the commission know what the changes.
No, absolutely, we'll
Yeah.
continue to communicate with you
That's all
guys
we
what
did.
changes.
Yeah, we just checked, cause we
Yeah.
see the claims come through,
Yeah.
we just wanna make sure we're all keeping up on
Yeah.
the update, it wasn't, we're not trying to micro.
No, not at all. I had reread our policy and, I was working on changing a couple things just internally and, I realized that we need your written permission to change operational policy. And I felt that wasn't completely necessary, not that I don't appreciate everything you guys do. I just don't feel like I need to come up and get signatures for every minor policy change on how we operate or even, medical procedural wise.
Potential amendment that could be on their agenda if they approve that.
Yeah,
Okay.
but obviously
That's fine.
the ambulance association that oversees the organization is still, oversaw by the folks here at the commission's office, so bylaw changes of the major overseeing stuff would still come to you guys.
And a lot of times it's just that we're kinda curious on how it's going.
No, absolutely, I just,
Cause we say where you do. don't
Yeah.
let us forget.
no, that wasn't the intent of this at all, that was just me reading through and realizing if we wanna change like something procedural for even just medical operations, how we run something. I don't feel like that should be something you guys need to worry yourself with, where as our medical director and our,
No.
operation side of things, as medical professionals. Not that I don't feel like you
Goodness
guys
me.
need to know what's going on, obviously, we'll
Yeah.
continue to update you with everything.
Anything else or how's it going?
We're going good. I got a re-sign paperwork for VA medical. Our billing changed names, so legally we have to get paperwork redone with a new letterhead. Just waiting on our Medicare numbers still, because much like the DMV, if you screw up one thing, you have to restart the process. So I put the wrong name on something, that was my fault, so I restart that. We do have $7,000 out in claims waiting to be built currently.
Good.
And that's just for, I believe, September and October. So we're working towards getting some actual claims built now. Soulstone is now, I forget the new name they went with, but it's the same biller.
just new names, so we have to get the paperwork signed. As well, we had a vacancy on the board of directors for our secretary. Jesse Belvin was appointed for bylaws, and we'll have our new, vote for board members coming up here in the year. But everything's going well, haven't missed a call. Been doing some usual aid stuff with Drummond, working on some new trainings for our EMTs, getting new certifications going.
Good, nice.
Yeah, continue overbuilding.
Yeah, any comments?
No.
Come on up, introduce yourself.
Just your support.
Appreciate it.
Any questions you guys have for us?
No,
You know what's going
good
on.
job, and that's pretty much, it's kind of an update, just see the claims and that, and just make sure that if you need it, I guess it was just kind of look, if you needed help to try to figure this billing crap out, that we should.
So far-
help somehow.
Previously named Soulstone, said I forgot the new name, I have an email somewhere, but, they've been really great. John, their leader, has been in contact with me. The next big thing I gotta do is just recheck, basically the cost of what they bill for certain,
Okay.
items.
Are they gonna present a new contract with a new name or continue in the?
So that went through already, but then the VA paperwork, because they need the new letterhead with their new name on it, so I just have to sign that as the service manager. Stating that we give them authorization to bill the VA. But our Medicaid number, I'm hoping will be here later.
How's the heaters and stuff in the shed, are they still, do we need to have them kind of looked at before it gets cold? Remember last year?
So we had the one issue where there was a leak and that was fixed. So far I haven't noticed anything. The only issue that I did have was the batteries died in the thermostat. I realized it's cold in there, changed those, and we're good to go again.
I guess in case we start getting this cold weather, that if, maybe if that Jim Watt or something should kind of give a look over them quick before winter hits.
Yeah, we can have them come down and take a look if you guys.
Cause see, you know, they sit there for so long, and I
Yeah.
think it'd be a good idea just to have him whip in there and just give a quick look
You need
over.
his number?
Yeah, if you text.
Yeah.
that'd be
If you
great.
don't mind.
We do keep it warmer in there, just obviously because there's medications.
I think it'd be a good idea.
Not shit, but. The other thing that I was looking into, our upstairs training room, doesn't have any carpets in it, right now it's just wood floor. Is that something I have to put out for contract, or if we have the funds to buy carpet, if we just
You
have
can
to
do it, you can do it,
put it in?
it's not gonna be over 80, you don't have to put it out.
Really hope it's not over.
Me too.
I don't think it will be, yeah, I just want some carpet up there, so I don't have to kneel on a hardwood floor.
That's done.
So that considered county building, right? So we're putting carpet,
Uh-oh,
Butter, back with.
where'd it go?
swatted over here. Oh, didn't we kill that?
Good.
It's not catching the flies anyway, it should be in the windows.
How's the ambulance running after you got all the work done? You get tires?
Yep, we got the winter tires and everything put on it, it's running well. I think our biggest issue, comes from the DEF system, where
You're deaf on this one too.
unfortunately,
See, that Drummond one just got there,
we're looking into getting ours deleted, mostly because, so Drummond, they make all their runs to the hospital, so they're doing 75, 80 on the interstate for a run. Ours, we're running it for 5 minutes and then to the hospital, and that's not very conducive for a
the
DEF
hospital
system.
was just about ready to ask them quit coming in and park out there further, cause if the fumes off of that depth, it's going in the hospital, and that's bad shit.
I believe that, yeah, if you guys are good with it, I'll look into seeing about getting. that
Mike called
deleted.
Frank and asked him, he knew some guy that gave a pretty good deal on it.
Okay, yeah, I'll get a hold of Frank and ask him.
All right.
I mean, I'd get rid of it, especially with cold. I mean, that doesn't work in cold weather.
No, it's horrible, and for short moving, it's not.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, I just wanted on the carpet, it's county building, right? So all you have to do, it wouldn't come out of your budget, it would come out of the general fund county building budget.
Okay, that's even better.
Find somebody, put some in
But
there.
we don't want $1,000 carpet.
I don't. I was thinking a nice shag carpet.
Yeah.
Bring out a trailer house.
Yeah. No, I just coming back, something even just like this, so I'm not the only on hardwood floor doing CPR.
No, that's
Um,
cool, if you know somebody local, be,
yeah. No, I'll reach out to some folks and see about, I'll get you guys a quote, obviously, before I, bring anything to it.
yeah,
Um,
get it done, and then we'll
think that's, I'm gonna be working with the fire department, putting together a grant request to Health and Medical Foundation. Health Foundation.
No,
or
that, sorry.
Medical Foundation, this is a problem, I don't remember which one it is ever.
You have a Granite County?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To see about getting funds to purchase 4 or 5 AEDs to donate to local businesses, so we have them around town.
So I'm on the foundation board and we committed to like maintaining the ones that are already there, but yeah, that's a good idea.
Because
Yeah.
the more there are, the quicker people can get to it. Obviously, we have a volunteer ambulance. Sometimes, she's out at the ranch, other EMTs were out of town, takes a bit.
Yeah.
Percentage rates for survival with a first AED shock within 3 minutes is astronomical compared to after that amount of time, it drops substantially. So just having that around and having people trained. I was given a grant from the Health Foundation for CPR mannequins, AED dummies, things like that, to do trainings for the North County and South County here to get that done through the fire department and the ambulance. So there'll be some community classes, get people trained up.
Good, thanks. Ready, any public comment? Good job, appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Nice meeting you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's right.
Thanks.
Okay, we got a few minutes, we're right on time. Town of Drummond and Phillipsburg on the PILT money with Mayor Dale Leeper and Dan Rich. Anna, I did talk to Dan and I got a message from Gail. I did talk to Dan about this, see what that was. When they want to put it on, but I'll let them go ahead and,
Okay, if I may, I'm gonna speak specifically for Phillipsburg and then in general terms, Mayor Leeper also Drummond. I haven't joined at the hip here since it is a countywide request.
I apologize, I didn't get back to you.
No, we're all good. First things first, I wanna thank you guys for allowing us to sit here and have this discussion. It's a big deal. I think over my 8 years as mayor, the commission has been, really flexible with respect to town's needs and that whole sort of thing, and I'd like to see that continue. So kudos for you guys at being open-minded and reasonable for the discussion. Now, for a little context here, about 7 years ago, I approached the commissioner about perhaps getting some funding for the town water line. We went through the process, explained the situation. Long story short, the commissioners were kind enough to give us a chunk of money. That as it turned out to be approximately half of the cost of a 1,600-foot piece of water line that was about to collapse on the Fredberg line. So that was really money well spent, and it went right into what we had classified it would be used for. And so that particular instance, we came and we agreed on it, and it had a very good outcome. Today, it's been, like I said, it's been 7 years. I understand you guys have certain constraints and everybody's under monetary pressure and that sort of thing. I think you're aware that the town has been involved in approximately $10 million worth of infrastructure over the last 6 years. It's been really good. We've done that. We're wrapping everything up. And now we're prepping for the next phase of requirements with respect to infrastructure. I worked for my 13 years in the council and mayor on a AOC related to the wastewater that we finally got rid of this past October, and after 15 years. Within 6 weeks of doing that, which was a big accomplishment in my estimation, we got another AOC on the water for filtration. So we have filtration pending on the water, big issue. We're gonna have to figure out how to fund that. I met with the DEQ a couple weeks ago, told them we'd do our best, but of course, like is always the case, it's resources. And I reiterated that we would meet all the regulatory requirements in terms of filing updates and so on and so forth, but we didn't have a lot of resources, and I think that they listened to that. So we're in a state of flux with all that. And so today, I guess I'm returning here with a request for the county from myself as the mayor of Phillipsburg. and generally speaking, also for Mayor Leeper, to see if we can possibly get a little bit more build money, to, use it in a fashion that would keep the momentum going on what we have, been working on. And for myself, and Mayor Leeper, of course, can speak for herself in terms of what her needs are. But for me, I would take the opportunity to ask for a sum, and then I would take that sum and I would use it for matching on these pending grants that we have related to the water line. We have 1.7 million that's sitting in congressional funding that's hanging out there, and there's a match requirement on that, along with some other stuff related to filtration. And so today, I'm here to ask for the town of Phillipsburg if he might be able to persuade the commission to consider giving the town $100,000 that would be used. And for example, on the water line with the 1.7 million pending, that would go straight into a match situation that would make that money available. That's just specific to Phillipsburg and what I would use the money for, or what the town would use the money for. And at this time, I would just note that in the past, because this is a countywide thing, and when we did this before, the commission, of course, asked about Drummond, and I consider us sister communities, if you will. And in terms of demographic, Drummond is approximately half of P-Bird. So if the commission was kind enough to present us with some money, then the basic line would be Drummond would receive 50% of whatever Phillipsburg received. Is that correct? Yeah, that's how we've done it in the past. And we think that's fair, because this situation it is county money, so it should go countywide with respect to the towns.
Yeah, Blanche is getting at how much is in that, that's what the note was.
Okay.
So that filtration deal, that's, the parts per million or water reach or whatever, someone was in there like a couple months ago talking, but it's for filtration for drinking water?
Yes, sir. Yes. And that, I've got, here was my line to the DEQ basically was, we wouldn't need filtration if we didn't have any water. So I was very clear with them. I said, the priority is to fix our water line to the degree that we're able to.
Right.
So then we can have filtration because we have water. So I emphasize that, yeah, we'll follow the process in terms of the AOC and the requirements for filtration, but the water line's in front of that.
Yeah.
So I asked them, you're gonna have to be patient. And I said, I don't wanna give you a timeline, but I will. And it's at least 7 years, in my estimation, because they wanted something, don't tell me 50 years type of situation.
Right.
So I said, it's gonna be 7 to 10 years. So that's running parallel. Again, it would be irrelevant if our water line broke, we didn't have any water. So I really emphasized that part of it.
But how is the water line?
Water line in various states, it's okay in some places and it's very deteriorated in other places. It's 7 miles and approximately 3.5 miles above ground.
Right.
And it's vintage from Department of War. I've got 1930s rolled rounded steel up there. It's the first approximately mile and a half. What between the lakes, upper and lower Fred Burr, is all rolled steel. And we've got plans underway. We've added a addendum to our PER on that's just got finished. So things are rolling. We got a $350,000 grant for the planning part of it and for the design part of it. So that's underway, that's in the works. And then, as I indicated, there's this 1.7 million pending in Congress. And so the mix happens, if we get that, we would do that top 2 mile basically and work our way down. From the steel, it goes into early 70s fiberglass.
Right.
Again, it's very deteriorated. Yeah, it's a bad situation all the way around.
Jail, you're asking for like 50 then?
Yeah.
You're asking 100?
So a little background with us, last time you guys had given us money, it actually was for the water tower. And, so that's, not only,
He said,
not only,
he was saying 100, so I'm sorry,
I was just going and checking what's been so far committed out of PILT and what we have left is what I was doing.
Sure.
that, and he was asking for 100.
100,000, I got 100,000.
She was 50.
50?
yeah. And so, So with that, you
Sorry
know,
about that.
appreciate that you guys had given that. And then I do believe you guys gave us some money. I don't know if it was pellet money, but you also gave us some money for a.
Didn't we give something for park money? Remember when we
No,
split that?
What you're talking about is the $30,000, is that what?
Yeah,
That was when we received that money from, yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
and
Yeah, I knew it was
we
something
gave the
else.
towns money, we gave,
Sure.
libraries and stuff some money.
So with Drummond, obviously our wastewater project is the biggest thing and Dan is spot on in the timeline that he gave DEQ for their water stuff. We started 3 years ago with our third phase, our last phase of our wastewater and, it's taken all 3 years, you know, to do it. 84% of it, of our $9.5 million has been paid for with forgiveness and grants. And then, but that still leaves 1.5 million, you know, for 100 taxpayers. But you know, this is our last phase, so I feel like we're doing good. Where we have a hard time is our money's coming from the state. They kind of coincide with the entitlement shares. We get that in and then we pay it out to a law enforcement contract. And I talked to the sheriff about this many months ago. I don't want him getting less money, but so we literally have $1,000 left over by the time all that is paid with it. Well, you know, our biggest thing is we're running a truck, a plow truck that we bought from the county 15 years ago. And so we just, you know, we don't pad our budget. We don't want to put any more on the taxpayers than what we have. So that's, and looking into PELT monies, and I know everybody's coming and asking for money. I get it, but we did speak about this in June at our joint session, and whatnot. So I would just therefore ask, you know, that you share that all the way around. And we are like, for a plow truck, we are working with, the Department of Commerce to try to get some monies for a truck and the department, and intercap loan, but you know, it just takes so much time, but we're gonna move forward with that just to.
I'm listening.
So that's kind of my spill.
I'll be right back with.
What is the, initiative match on that congressional that's higher than 100,000?
Yeah, 25%.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
20%. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It-
okay.
It is, and we have some other things in the works, and so, you know, in this whole process, it's about cobbling the stuff together, right? It's like, we got this over here and this over here, and we've been pretty successful in it, doing it that way, and, so I've got sort of like this broad spectrum of like, what are the possibilities, and we've drained a lot of possibilities at the state level, and of course, the federal thing, you know, we certainly would love to see that come through. Of course, the day it was supposed to be decided, the government shut down.
Okay.
And now it's my understanding that they're not even, I mean, they're under a continuing resolution.
Yeah, they haven't.
Budget.
Yeah, right.
It's been, in the big beautiful bill, as they call it, that there's a line or two that references Phillipsburg in there as part, which was, you know, brought to us by Congressman Zinke. He came here, he sent his staff back. I spent several hours with them, explained everything to them, and they were so impressed with what we have going on here, based on the 45 towns that they visited, that they said, yeah, it sounds like you guys are doers, you've demonstrated this in the last decade, and so we'll do the best we can. So that's where that's sitting right now. Now, if that were to fall through, there's a combination of MSEP and also, you know, Department of Commerce, State Department of Commerce that we're working through for other money. We're cycling through the normal 2-year legislative process, and there's MSEP, and what's the other one? There's 2 of them that go through the legislature. We're prepped for doing that also. I've already started about the the requisite people to do that. So it's really fluid and it's a combination of if line A doesn't work, then we're gonna go to line B, and if that doesn't work, we're gonna go to line B, and then it's matching, right? So. I would say that over the last 6 or 7 years, I'm optimistic by nature as a person, but I'm also extremely cynical. And I wasn't real. Yeah, I didn't think all this was very promising, but with a lot of hard work, we can put it together. And now we've established ourselves up at the state level as a poster child for this kind of stuff relative to our size. So again, I feel like we just need to keep the momentum going on this. For a known quantity.
And, Commissioner, I don't necessarily expect a total decision by you today. If this is stuff that you need to, think about I get it. The good thing for you guys is you're getting some SRF funds substantially in March, and 2/3 of that has to go to roads and the other third has to go to schools, and that's all it can be allocated for.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
So are we getting money?
You are, I know you are. They had to make, I was at a thing last week and Eric, and Mike from Beaverhead County.
So.
It happened.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on the budget report. In the cash right on hand is $362,572. So on the budget report, our committed transfer outs have been expended. And on the loan amount have been expended too. So, everything that we planned on paying out of TILT has been paid out. And the balance of cash is $362,572. So what do you need your 50 for? No.
Law enforcement.
Oh. Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a person probably table this for a week or so we can look over stuff. I think
And I just gotta say, I hope that you guys keep in mind when you make the decision that, we are in the county and that's what the PELT money is for. And that, it's not something like for Drummond and Phillipsburg also. But for Drummond, the law enforcement, somebody that lives a half a mile from us gets the same coverage. But they don't have to pay the taxes, the city taxes for law enforcement, even a quarter mile. So,
Yeah, you're right. The county benefits in the courthouse, water, other buildings, Drummond have the buildings down there too. So there's,
right.
You're right, there's a benefit.
Yeah.
my biggest thing, I guess, is just with that, I wanna make sure that, like with FERC and that, what we got coming up, cause I don't know if we have some big chunks coming up that we have to pay to them. That's why I just soon table it for a week and look in to see what we're gonna have to drag out to pay on some stuff first. I don't think we do, but I'm not
So
sure.
that was coming out and we didn't know for sure it was gonna be next year. Now it's like 300 some odd thousand that we have to pay for that.
And I thought the police had to pay it by the start of payments in May this fiscal year.
Well, that's the thing, I think first before we, need to really look this stuff over and what we have and what we can do. It's not that I don't wanna give them, but we gotta make sure we don't cut ourselves short too.
But by FERC, you mean, I'd have the part about the contract for the inspection.
So when do we have to have that in?
I think you're gonna do it in like, I believe.
I think it was
right
May,
to it, so.
May of this year, or this fiscal year is the big chunk, and then there was like 80 grand left to pay like in September of the next fiscal year. From what I remember.
and you'll get,
Somewhere here.
more Pilt money.
Yeah, more Pilt money will come into.
Right.
In June, yeah.
Just, I might, for my particular situation, since we are going to earmark this for matching funds, I could see a scenario where, and if you guys decided that you were gonna give us something, you could sit on it with a letter that's stating that, yes, this is available. And that way you could keep it in your bank account until our grant scenario got figured out and we had a strict strategy, and then we would insert it in there and get a hold of you at some point next year from now. But it would certainly take a lot of pressure off of us, just to know that that was sitting there. There's a possibility of that too,
Yeah.
considering it's specific for that use.
Yeah,
And,
'cause if it's earmarked for this, I mean, if that loan, I mean, it might be 2 years before they figure on this grant, right?
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of, it'll go through the ledge and all that. The other one, it's hard to say, but like, it's not tomorrow, that's for sure,
Right.
right? So just for you guys don't.
I just wanna make sure and look at everything before.
What we committed. I thought we were gonna commit,
so let me ask you this, are your commitments going to roughly be the same next year with people, or is it just? For me, I would like to see, and I know this is bold, but you know, I'm fighting for my people here. Not a specific amount, but it be reoccurring.
oh, you want a reoccurring?
I mean, I don't know that is, absolutely. You know, if we can, I mean, the road department gets reoccurring funds. With it, so, you know. Sorry, it's for the people in.
I know.
You know, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it.
No.
So,
Okay, I got just a second on this. I think you're talking about Flint Creek project. I think we've already committed the 321,889 to Flint Creek project.
Did we already?
Yeah, that's what she made the transfer.
Just wanna make sure that we're all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
I
The
thought
3,000 haven't,
that or 600 until that one meeting. Yeah, so maybe like.
so you're saying the 3,000's already been taken out?
the 321,889 has been committed to
For the
the
part 12.
Flint Creek project.
Okay, but has it already been taken out of that
Yes.
tilt amount? So
Yes.
you have 3,000 above that, or 300,000?
So you have 362,000 above
Okay,
that.
alright.
That's good to know.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that's what.
But I fully understand you guys gotta.
Let me go double
Do it
check
now,
on
right?
this because
Yeah,
that if she made her transfers, she makes her transfer different than I
That's
made
what I
her.
didn't think that. Yeah, I thought we had more money to help.
Justine Richmond, when was the last time that the county did provide PILT funding to either the town of Phillipsburg or the town of Drummond?
2018?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I can, Mr. Blotter and Bart. And, can I?
good stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you remember.
yeah,
You must have been fairly new. Your second term, maybe? Yeah, so I think it's been 7 years. Yeah.
Okay, so we were just talking about the last time that PILT funding was provided to either town,
It wasn't Pilt,
wasn't?
no.
Yeah, back in 2000, 7 years ago, I think they did do the bill.
Yeah.
yes,
And then there's
2000,
CARES later on.
2018, it was 130,000 to Peaburg and 110 to Drummond. Theirs was in September, ours was in October.
2018.
Okay,
18.
yeah, I was thinking about the last time when I was dating from.
It was, yeah, it's last was CARES.
Okay, what I just wanna say is we've committed 321,889 to Flint Creek project, it's there. We've committed to the road, it's in their budget. And, so what we have left is the 362. I think personally that we should be able to, because we're looking at January, February, March, April, May, 6 months and we'll be getting more help. I think we could do the 150, I feel. because we're committed all, we've done, what we've spent. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've already you've already transferred.
We've already transferred all
that commitment.
our budget commitments, and so that's what is left.
I guess it makes sense too, it's like, what Mayor said, that, you know, they just earmark it, so we don't just wipe that completely
No.
out.
For an emergency, yeah.
Because, we don't know what could happen, and, you know, I guess I don't have a problem, I just make sure that we don't put it short.
So that would leave 212,000 left in there,
And you get approximately 500,000.
something like that, I'm not sure yet.
509 last year.
Well, and
Or
that's the thing
25.
too, is we gotta think of road, because we have for next year. So as for far as recurring, I just don't know about.
It's okay, I've heard no.
Okay.
It was coming.
But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna come up and ask you.
Look
Don't
at
hurt
it.
that.
I mean, I think.
I don't mind helping, I just wanna make sure we don't cut ourselves.
Right.
I wanna, that's why I wanna do,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
put it back on next week so we go make sure and look at everything. then
So
make
what
it-
else do we have to look at?
I was just thinking there was something else that was coming up, I guess.
Well, so the report I got was you got 321 to the Flint Creek project, 500 to the roads, and then 25,000 for the, it's all the costs of, they code it as COAB in
I don't know
here.
what that means.
You need
It, it's the,
a TO what?
no, CO. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the fees and whatnot for, work comp, I mean, all of that kind of stuff.
County administration, is that what that's supposed to be?
It could be, I don't know, but that's when I asked the clerk, that's what she said that was. That's what it was. It's comp and, yeah, administration.
That's why.
It's like my- Here I go again.
This was the one I got, Blanche.
Yeah. I got the same thing, but
Okay.
So how about, not to change subject or anything, but did both towns get delinquent taxes? Do they get good chunks of that back?
The last check that we had got was the 17, but taxes were
Taxes
just
just went
paid.
in, right.
So we should be, and that is come down substantially.
so what that is, that 25,000 is compensated absences.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember.
That's what we have to make sure if Granite County shut down tomorrow,
Yeah.
we'd be able to pay our employees with the benefits. So that comes out of PILT. It balances whether we need it. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that too, I mean, especially like if Mayor Reddish there is good with us keeping that 100,000 until he needs it.
Is that what you're thinking too, till we can get?
I think you probably need
We
it.
probably need it now, but, wow, you know, we've been blessed with the stuff. And the other thing is too, you know, when I talked about the reoccurring with it is, we're not gonna be in office all the time. And the next person, it's like taking a drink out of a fire hydrant. So like, I thought that's ingenious what Dan, you know, had come up with is to earmark it for that and knowing that that's what we're gonna earmark it for. We're not gonna spend it on, you know, we're gonna put it towards that. And well, I mean, I feel like the town should report that to you. You know, one way or another, to have it on record that that's how it is, so.
So you pay the county contract money and then we give it back to you.
Pretty much, yeah. And isn't that the world we live in? I mean, it truly is. I mean, it made me feel good that you guys would get some SRF monies.
That's
You
big.
know, yeah, I mean, and I didn't ask what it is, but it's, when somebody says substantial.
We used to get like 300,000 plus,
Yeah.
and then one year we only got like 60, so one year. Yeah, one year we didn't get it, but if I may make your idea of committing it and having it there. I am for, because she's not gonna take it right now. And the 50 for her, which she needs it right now, the 100 would stay in there, so that would still, it would leave us 312,000 still in there with the commitment, and by the time you needed it. We'd be supplemented with, yeah.
So what I imagine is that once the grant application process starts in earnest, then we would look for a letter of intent. Just that simple, and then, you know, there may even be a lag in that, but once that could be inserted into the application process. As an official match, something like that, yeah.
I think a resolution and the resolution.
The resolution is what you guys did.
Yeah, I was just, especially when it's earmarked,
Yeah.
okay, I just didn't wanna.
You okay?
Yep.
Perfect.
We appreciate it.
Need a motion?
Yeah, I better have a motion on them, then at least they're on record, and then we can earmark that other.
Okay.
I like the initiation stuff.
So I make a motion that we earmark 100,000 for the town of Phillipsburg, and that we give 50,000 to the town of Drummond for, what would you call it?
Law enforcement.
Yeah, it's for a law enforcement.
For law enforcement.
Yeah.
So we'll give you 50 and then you give us 50 back.
Yeah, well, it's in quarters, but yes,
In quarters.
yes.
Is that right? Is that?
And then direct a resolution to be drafted
Okay.
accordingly.
Yep.
Public comment? All in favor?
Sorry, I'm late everything. Dusty Richmond, it sounds to me like this is exactly what the Phillip funding is for. I'm not sure that it's necessarily for litigation expenses. But that's it's been used for, correct?
What'd you say? Say it.
Litigation expenses?
No.
Well, it was with the Rising Sun.
We
Right.
had to use some for Rising Sun to read
Over that.
When was that?
water, been
couple
going
of
on
months
for
ago.
about 5 or 6 years now. Rich McLean's water thing.
The 80,000.
The PILT funds is discretionary with the commission.
Otherwise, how else would we have paid it? If, for attorneys and that. Yeah.
And MCA law, the code states that it's for safety. I mean, that is one of the words in there, so that's a broad view, and then at the commission, so.
Can I give some background on that litigation? The subdivider was supposed to put in a fire suppression pond that was year long. County brought litigation, one in district court, summary judgment. They appealed. The appeal was, Montana Supreme Court came back and said, oh, you didn't prove that the fire suppression pond is not year round. We had a trial on that. You had an engineer that proved it was, and we proved that it was not a year round pond. It freezes up every year. I went back up to Montana Supreme Court and they said that the county violated some type of notice requirement. It was not even part of the underlying litigation. And so the county was forced to pay attorney's fees. County was doing the right thing there, trying to get the fire suppression pond workable for the people there.
We put a lot of time. We put a lot of time in that.
We lost, I
Right,
disagree
yeah.
with it, but
That was just
we had
recently.
attorney fees that were required.
That's where we offered that amount to them to settle, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we had,
I
because otherwise it could have cost us double settling on, so they took what we offered, and it's been going on a long time. You and I've been into it. We thought we had it.
Was my motion done? Is it?
Any other public comment?
Did
All
you
in
second
favor?
it?
Back when I took public comment, I seconded it.
You seconded it.
No, he seconded, and I took the public comment, asked Justine, she raised her hand. All in favor?
Aye.
So we're carried past.
Thank you. We appreciate it. It'll
Very
be
much
money well
appreciated.
spent.
Yeah, absolutely well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, have a good day. Yeah, congratulations on retirement.
Yeah. All righty, so we'll go ahead and move on now with, we're doing the county claims.
So.
Are we able to
Okay.
do it behind?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
am I caught back?
What about this?
Unless you don't need me. I'm just here for the letter of authorization.
I think,
The letter-
I think it's good.
Okay, sounds good.
All right,
I'm just working
thanks.
with Dawn, so if you
Okay,
need me.
all right.
Well,
Don't worry.
while we're doing the claims, we can do the surplus bid and the letter, if we'll.
I don't think you need me.
Cause I mean, everybody's looking through them, we can work through them while we're doing the other
Well, I kind of
stuff.
looked at the report.
We'll jump into the surplus bid. We have two bids for that surplus car out here. First one is
The sticky note.
it's $500 on the 2013 Ford Explorer bid from Don Smith. And the second one is $250 from Sarah Villa. So we accept the $500 one for Don Smith.
On the sticky note.
Yeah. That's what I got, exactly.
I do a motion.
Motion that we accept Donna Smith for $500 on the 2013 car.
I make a motion that we accept Don Smith's bid of $500 on the 2013 Ford Explorer.
I second it.
Public comment? None, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, then letter of authorization for the Valley Bank for county treasurer discussion decision. That was.
So so the county has some Valley Bank accounts. They want authorization for Ashley from the commission authorizing Ashley to act for the county, transfer funds and so forth.
From out of Valley Bank.
Well, just to,
Be a user.
authorized user, yeah.
I don't have a problem with it, so I'd entertain a motion.
A motion to accept the letter to authorize Ashley on the Valley Bank.
I'll second it.
Public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried to pass. Okay, we're on the lease agreement number 4750 with Motor Vehicle Division Drive Services Bureau regarding courthouse space for drivers
Yep.
services, discussion decision. Which one was that on?
This one,
Well, let me get through it first, please. I did.
it's related to you.
Huh?
It's related to you.
Go ahead.
Justine Richmond, there is a commissioner that has filed a case against MVD. For which they might need to be excused from this discussion. And that's more directed at Mr. Bradshaw.
Did I have a case against MVD?
No.
Or did I have a,
There's a commissioner that has a case filed against MVD.
okay, it's, my understanding that, two of the commissioners are, and their past discussion are for this, working with them and not charging a fee. That you were good with the 4 years,
Okay, so last week this was on the agenda and we tabled it this week, because I think this lease agreement should be free, and Paul thinks that we should charge. So we do need our third commissioner. And why would that have anything to
Yeah,
do
it
with?
was
Why would that make me change my mind? I think it's something for the public. We've talked about it. I think it was something that we would, why would it?
It has nothing to do with
Don't
anything.
have nothing.
This is for the motor vehicle people to come in and give out driver's
Sounds like good for
licenses.
you. Why would I vote against it for somebody, for people to come in and use it? You want me to vote yes?
I think it's a potential conflict.
No, it's not.
He has a court case against MPD. But that's I think that might be up to.
That's a
Mr.
personal
Bradshaw to
matter. It's
comment
nothing
on
to
and
do, it's
advise
a
on.
personal matter. It's nothing to do with this here.
In your
How can-
capacity as commissioner, it does.
No, it don't.
So,
I don't see any
can I
control.
talk to you in private about what that is, and so then I can make a, I can
We'll
give
close
you.
for a personal
Okay.
matter.
Uh,
We'll close for a personal matter.
So I, Blaine Bradshaw, County Attorney, talked with Commissioner Allen, he does not have any civil cases against Montana Department of Motor Vehicles, so there is no conflict for him to act here. And then maybe give your reasoning on what you're for.
So I'm for this, being that the people need it and it makes it easier on them. If we take it away, then they got, I'm not even sure if it's Butte, there used to be in Deer Lodge, I don't know if they do it anymore. Yeah, so I think it's something that we should leave here for the public. I think it's a good deal. You know, I understand that, I know they're charging us to do more than that, but this is something that's different than over in there.
Yeah. And I agree, it is a good service to the community, it's just. I just feel that they're making us pay more, that maybe they should give a little.
And you're talking about the registration, they have to buy the computers and do all the equipment for that.
They just
But
take,
that was just my thoughts,
no,
or my feelings of it. I know it's a good service for the community.
we used to get license plate fees too, now that goes to the state and give us back a little bit. So, yeah,
So I didn't entertain a motion to keep it as is.
he signed the lease as is with no charge. I make a motion that we sign the lease with the motor vehicle division. Do you have a copy of it?
Good. 4-year lease,
Yeah.
no rental fee.
Okay, I make a motion that we accept the state of Montana standard lease contract for 4 years to have the motor vehicle division driver services bureau in Granite County.
Second. Public comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carried and passed.
So if you could, yeah, sign that.
That's
Okay, well, we'll be off till 12 o'clock, cause boiler that got canceled today, Rico had to go somewhere or something, so. We will be off till,
So do we have our closed session?
we'll do that now and then. Then when we come back on, then we'll be off till 1.
Yeah.
So we'll go into we'll go ahead and jump into closed session, being he's here anyway.
So we'll be in the courtroom at 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a motion, we accept the claims for, I guess they're monthly. December 2025.
I'll second it.
It's part of November.
November. Okay, sorry. For the month of November.
Public
I think
comment,
it's simple.
Second
the claim,
On what?
claims, favor?
it. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries that.
Or adjourn.
Huh?
Adjourn.
I don't know if he has a question for Rusty.
I would like to clarify from earlier, because I don't want to be accused of defamation. There is on the, Montana Public Access Portal for the Missoula District Court, there is a case, Scott Adler versus Department of Justice, MVD. I didn't make that up. According to this website, it is open, so I don't know, maybe I have the wrong person.
That was, no, you don't. I already told you it was me. It's not wrong, but they already took care of that. I have my driver's license. I have nothing against them. The case is pending in a month or so.
It looks like there's a hearing on Thursday, 12/18 at 4 p.m. in the Missoula County District
Supposed to
Court.
be January 19th. I know.
Again,
I'll call-
if this is accurate, I don't know, but that's what it indicates. So my point is not to discuss whether or not there was a conflict. My point here is to state that there actually is. It was correct to say that there is not a case where Adler versus MVD.
But I
That
don't
is,
have a,
that is incorrect.
okay, but I don't have a conflict with that, not.
And that's debatable, but I'm correcting the record right now
Don't
because
yell-
earlier,
don't yell at me.
I'm not, Mr. Bradshaw said that there is no case, that you stated that there is no case.
With DMV, I have a case on my other ticket.
There is a case right here, unless this is incorrect, that it says Scott Adler versus Department of Justice, MVD, and that there's,
I'm pretty sure I said that the case was resolved, but, if I misspoke,
I'll call and
that's what he
find out.
told me.
I'll call and find out. I don't.
it says it's open. I don't know. From what I understand, this information is updated on a regular basis because it is the
Well, I
Montana
bet
Public
it's all-
Access.
Cause I was
Board.
told I have my driver's license, never, so I was told it was all took care of, and I have the next one.
I'm
That's all
not
I
here
can
to
tell you.
discuss those details, but I would just like to say what I'm looking at, so I don't get accused of defamation, which is basically what just happened outside this room.
No, don't accuse you of defamation. I said you gotta be careful stating things so there's not defamation. That's what I said.
And that's what I just did.
I
right
didn't
now.
accuse you of defamation, correct?
Right.
All right, don't
You
skew my
inferred.
word, don't skew my word,
You inferred.
don't skew my word.
I will say you are correct and you inferred that I'd be.
You inferred, I didn't imply. I was giving some helpful advice.
So, is that it? All right, we're adjourned till 1 o'clock. I need it, 1 o'clock, and I think we'll go ahead and get started, we'll keep filtering in here. I'll go ahead and, thank you for all attending, your input is appreciated. This is the time set for county commission discussions and possible decision today on Riddick Field Airport beacon issue. We will give everyone a chance to speak, but please be respectful and wait until called upon. We will conduct this meeting like we did the last airport beacon meeting. Please keep your comments to the specific issues at hand, the beacon issue. We as commission will hear and consider all public comment from all sides. Please state the name before speaking. We may make our decision at the end of the meeting or take the matter under advisement and decide the matter on a future public meeting agenda. To my right is Donovan Jones, Chair of the Airport Board, is here. And the rest of the commission. So, we'll go ahead and start right over here, and I'll do like I did last time. We'll just go through each aisle. You stand up, state your name, and
Pick the wrong scene.
oh, just a second. Oh, the other thing we want to know, get it right out front. We're not expanding the airport. The study on the airport at one time when they did that FAA, they got that grant, and it come back that they can't expand because there's not enough room. And then if we were going to, then you have to have security, fence, somebody there 24 hours a day, and it just didn't work out. But we do have that study. There was a grant out for it, and I think it's KLM did the grant. And it was just to see if they could, but it's not big enough to, I was hoping that we could get approved to just do the runway. The runway's in bad shape. It needs to be resurfaced. So, all right, go ahead.
Robert Littlejohn, Chief and President of Philipsburg Volunteer Ambulance. I was requested by you guys to come give a professional opinion on the beacon. Also talking on behalf of the Volunteer Fire Department, spoke with basically the issue at hand that I can speak to would be the emergency services need side of things. I spoke with Lifelight's base manager, who put me in contact and spoke with their pilot in charge. Their statement on the matter, which they allowed me to give their statement on their behalf, was that a beacon would not change their ability to land at our airport. Currently, they're not authorized to use our airport. One of the facts that they mentioned was we don't have a real-time weather station. That's one of the necessities that they need to be able to fly there, unless it's a bright, clear, perfect sunny day. Helicopter operations, rotor wings, don't need beacon. We've landed them middle of the road, middle of fields. They also need clear skies to be able to fly. So Lifelight has stated that a beacon would not change their ability to land at our airport. I have reached out to Mercy Flight as well as Logan Alert, have not heard back from them. So currently the statement that I have with the information that I was given is that emergency services wise, the beacon is not a necessity for us. If I hear more from Logan Health or Mercy Flight in a timely manner, I will forward that along to you guys. But other than that, that's my professional statement on the matter. I don't have a personal opinion. I won't offer you guys any opinions or assumptions on what other departments that haven't spoken to me can and can't do with our airport. Any questions for me?
I'm Sheriff's there.
I'm Luke Gilakowski with the P-Burt Mail. I have no comment except that anybody wants to comment for the follow-up article, feel free to reach out.
Okay. We'll jump back to you. We're going through the line. State your name.
Andy Shearman. Andy Shearman.
Yeah. Do you have any comments, Andy?
None was that.
Sir?
Carl Graham, I'm against leaving, but about put some flats and I can see it. Go through my window.
Can you stand and speak, please?
Yeah, Carl Graham, I live on Whiskey Flats. And at night I can see it going through my window, so I'm just against it. Chief Anoli, I'm kind of in the same boat as probably a number of people here as far as
you know, part of the appeal, I think, of living here and building pretty much anywhere on the periphery of town or even in town now with this new and improved beacon. Part of the appeal is so little light pollution. And, you know, I know when we were growing up, there was a beacon out there. I wouldn't call it much of a beacon, kind of like two flashlights spinning around. That never really seemed to bother anybody back then, but I know even on California Street growing up, I could see that flashing through my windows. So I can't imagine how much worse it's gonna be with something, you know, 10 times, 5 times more powerful, whatever the case may be. But I know it flashes right through my windows, right up here on Stewart Lake Road. And, you know, if there was some sort of solution where it can just be turned on when it needs to be turned on and then turned off when it's unneeded, you know, I don't see why I wouldn't have any problem with that aspect of it, I guess. So that's about all I know about it so far.
Can I ask a question, Keith? You
Yeah.
As well, can you, when you're giving your comments, can you please state whether you witnessed the test?
I did.
Or not?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay,
I witnessed one test.
the one that we did last month.
No, this was like one of the first ones.
Okay, so please keep your comments specific to the one we did last Wednesday, because that's with the final adjustments.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I was even here last Wednesday. I think I was in Freeports actually, so.
Yeah, and then your comment about the Whiskey Flats and it's shining in your window, did you see it last Wednesday? Nope. You were not here, or you didn't see it?
I was here for.
Okay. Was this interrogation? No, it's not an interrogation.
Oh, that's why I was in Freeports.
Well, that's what we're here for, to find out. We did this study and that's what we're trying to figure out what we can do, if we can get shields and dim it some. or
Sure.
Just, go ahead.
My name's Philip McDonald. We've lived across from the airport for 150 years or something. There's been a beacon before, like they said, this one, I was here for the test. I live out in the Porter's Corner. I can see the light out of my house shining off the clouds. The thing that I see is there is such a small percentage of nighttime flights. I've only seen one the entire time I've lived in Phillipsburg. It seems to me that for this tiny percentage of the population that would fly in here at night, go land in Anaconda. We do not need, when we go down this road and all this matching funds that we'll need, I think it's an unnecessary expense, have a daytime airport, and that would be sufficient. That's my comment.
And we let Donovan, he'll answer some of the questions, because he's on.
Yeah.
Tyler Baumberger. I was here for the test. I did witness lights shining through my windows. At the end of the day, this airport is classified as a level 4 general airport, intended to play limited role in local economy for community access. The level 4 airport falls under very limited FAA regulations. The intent, in my opinion, of the board is to get the airport classified for a different classification to then in turn follow FAA regulations, which would require the beacon to be on full time. Right now, I'm talking with other publicly owned airports in Mineral County, they have a beacon. They don't use it at night. They use it for when they need it only. So there is an avenue outside of using it 24/7, 365 that I would appreciate the commissions to look into. At the end of the day, if we do improvements, there are going to be taxpayer dollars that come out of those improvements. Maybe not now, but down the road, we need to understand that. It's not just now, it's future that we need to look at.
Thank you.
Helena Baumberger, did witness the test and should preface that it was through blackout shades fully drawn and still light was shining through our house and every little crack is that extreme of where we live. And so just here to oppose the light and what it means for the future. If there's a beacon, you know, the beacon stands today with very little public input that was considered. And so just want to say no to it and stop whatever is in the future.
Thank you. Yeah.
Joan Williams, I just don't think we need nighttime flights at this time.
Wendy Levon, I did see the very last bit of the last one, which was the lower beacon, and again, I kind of feel like if you can turn it on and off, that would be the best way to do it. What if there was an emergency, or you did have somebody that was coming in, and I guess you can do that. Was my understanding, but I also have a sort of a broader concern in that, we got these little papers on the full thing that's happening at the airport. I think that we should have a meeting on the full thing at the airport at night when all the people that work can come and have a chance to make input. Because a lot of people just can't come at this time of day. So that's mine.
Okay, thank you.
Derek Campbell, I did witness the test. So I think something that I noticed from the last meeting to this one is there isn't anything on here that says if the beacon is remote, turned on remotely, and if that access is used too much, then we will revisit whether it will be on all the time. And I think that we're, in the interest of safety, we all want to be like, hey, well, let's just have it so it can be turned on anytime. But there's no mention of what that threshold is, how many flights would trigger that. And I'd really like to see, personally, I think, and other people here have stated that I think a daytime use airport is sufficient for what we need here. And I think having it remote triggered is going to open that up into future expansion, which I don't think most people here really care for. So, thank you.
Hi, my name's Lori Coles. I also think keeping it on full time. I wasn't here for Wednesdays, but for one of the early ones, it seems just extremely wasteful as well from that perspective. If we're gonna go through equipment and electricity and all of that, the remote trigger seems to be like a really nice compromise, and then keeping good data about how many flights there are, I agree with that.
Thank you. Matt?
Scott Sylvester, I'm basically just here to collect information, but, I question the need for nighttime flights, here in Phillipsburg, given the fact that there are other options. I personally did not witness the test last Wednesday, but, based on the comments that people have said regarding being able to see the light from the beacon, I'm generally opposed to any additional light, throughout town or on the outskirts of town, at nighttime.
I'm Mark Ransford. I already live in town. I wanted to come to the meeting and see what people want. And I'm opposed to it, but we don't need it. We don't need to have our airport being bigger than it is. It's not a safe airport to fly to anyway, like, well, I've heard. So even a daytime airport, people can fly to Anaconda, fly to.
My name is Cliff Warren, and I'm here basically just to learn what's going on with the proposed changes to the airport. It could interest me greatly. My son flies down from Alaska once in a while to visit, and I'm just interested about the improvements that are going to be made. And it was also brought to my attention from some friends that they have a concern about the beacon light that may be flashing 24/7, which I know nothing about. So I'm just here to learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cam Fujinami, and I live right across the street, and I did witness the test. Was it last week? Wednesday, yeah. I'm pretty much against it.
Jack Foster. So I had a couple comments in regard to the beacon. I had a big long thing planned to talk about, but I don't really need to talk about that. A lot of comments have already covered a lot of things. A couple questions I have for Donovan. During the last board meeting, there was a comment passed where you said that PCL control would only be turned on 2 or 3 times a year because in your estimation, there were only 2 or 3 times a night light would be used. That was said during the board meeting on November 19th. Another thing, during that board meeting, and I'll read it directly from the board minutes. The real reason the beacon was installed, in my belief, is, for future infrastructure. According to the airport board, eliminating night operations will potentially negate federal funding. And I think that is the real issue that, the beacon is there. And earlier you said that the airport wouldn't be expanded. Can you speak to all the conversations you're having with, Liz Mullins and the DNRC about possibly leasing the land north and east of the airport? Also, the increased hangar expansion. As of now, is there a list for people in line for hangars that want hangars? I know that you currently have 3 hangars and only one of those hangars is being used.
Stay on the beacon, okay?
This is airport expansion. Let me finish my comment, please. I'll be short, but you have 3 hangars. 2 of them are not being used, and future plans would be to rent out those hangars for the increased airport flights that are coming in with increased infrastructure. So can you speak to that as well?
I'm not gonna speak to any of my personal business, and I'm not gonna speak to anything that's not related to the beacon. I think the purpose of this meeting is to talk about the beacon. I do wanna back up a little bit. In the last meeting, we discussed the pilot control lighting option. And I said I was trying to get in contact with the FAA to see where the county stood and see if that was even a viable solution. We've gotten responses back from both Montana Department of Transportation and from the FAA, and there's pretty clear regulations that say that you can't do that. I got all the bars written down here. I'm happy to share those with you. But it's not looking good to be able to turn that thing off. So I don't know how to proceed with that. I didn't want to discuss that, but I mean, you guys have the emails, the documentation's all there. I mean, the federal government has this thing all pretty well sewn up.
Other public airports have a beacon and aren't using it at night. So how?
I can't answer that. I can't respond to that. I don't know which airport you're talking about and how they got away with us. Maybe they're not compliant, I don't know.
I think they're what you mean by pretty much all sewn up. Sorry. What is?
There's regulations that are documented from the FAA and from the Montana Department of Transportation that require a beacon to be operating from sunset to sunrise if you have a lighted time.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, Jen Walters. First of all, I would like to say, as a business owner here in town who manages a lot of properties, I had an owner log into the meeting this morning with concerns about the beacon and the airport expansion, and was specifically told all of the conversations revolving around the current situation are only regarding runway improvement, which is, I'm sorry, but not true. Everyone has the plans for the airport expansion. They're perfectly capable of reading and comprehending the plans for the $6 million expansion, which the beacon is the first part of. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, the beacon is a replacement, it's a repair.
Okay,
The
great.
original beacon
I'm
is
glad you brought that up, because we pulled the grant award letter for the beacon, which you stated in this very room on November 18th to the general public, the $65,000 was an FAA loan. Did you not?
No.
You did. You did. I'm sure Miranda probably has it recorded, probably in the minutes. You sat here and said it's a federal grant and it would have to be.
I'm sorry, Jen, if it was interpreted that way.
No,
I
it
know
was
where
not.
that, I know where.
Whether it was
that-
misrepresented,
We're gonna run this one.
this is the beacon. I'm addressing the beacon.
So what we said was that it was a grant, but that if you're not using it, potentially have to pay the grant money back. So there wasn't a loan.
It was
That's what
said,
she
it
said.
was an FAA loan.
No, I
It was
wouldn't have said
it was an
loan.
FAA grant. There were several of us here, it's recorded in the minutes.
That was
A misrepresentation or
misspeaking, if someone said that.
misspeaking? Okay, so we pulled the grant letter, it very clearly says on the grant letter, non-federal grant. I talked to the Aeronautics Division of the Montana Department of Transportation. Because after that meeting, on November 18th, we logged on to the Airport Commissioner Board meeting. And when another board member questioned where the grant was from and where the federal funds came from, Donovan specifically said it wasn't federal funding. It was from the Montana Department of Transportation. So I pulled the grant. The grant clearly says non-federal funding. I talked with the Montana Aeronautics Division from the Montana Department of Transportation, who has said this is totally state funding. This was not any federal funding.
Okay, that's clear. What's next?
I'm just saying, like, did you intentionally misrepresent or mislead the public?
I think I need to make another statement here. I do this out of the goodness of my heart. It's a volunteer position. I do the
Sure.
best that I can to provide information to you all. A lot of times I need to go back and look stuff up. And I would never purposely misstate anything. I know full well that let me finish.
No.
Oh, he was talking, let him speak.
I know full well where that money came from. I know it came from the Montana Department of Transportation. I coordinated the whole thing. I gave them all the information. I worked with KLJ to come up with the estimate of how much that was gonna cost. Why would I misstate that?
You sat here in a meeting and said it was an FAA grant, and Luke even wrote it in.
There was conversations about the airport improvements and the beacon at the same time. I can certainly in my brain differentiate.
I'm sorry, I don't know it could be that.
Whoa.
However,
this off.
no.
Yes, I can.
It's regarding the beacon.
I can shut this
It's
off.
regarding the beacon. Money regarding the beacon, which is the first step of their $6 million proposed expansion. So I don't appreciate that I had a property owner log into your meeting this morning asking about this plan, and Blaine specifically said none of the conversation that's regarding around this issue is an expansion. It's regarding runway improvements. Everyone has the link to the plan. Everyone has the link to the plan and they can read it. So I'm sorry, but I feel like there's misrepresentation and people are misleading the public, whether it's intentional or they're confused or they're incompetent. The public has the right to know the truth. The $65,000 was not a federal grant. It was a state grant. It doesn't necessarily have to be paid back. It specifically says on here for the installation and repair of a beacon.
So the conversations, regarding, the expansion, if there's a plan out there that says there's expansion, there's a distinction between that and what the county commission is doing. The county commission has final say on it, and they're the ones saying that they're not gonna expand.
Okay,
There's no misleading on that point. They've said they don't wanna expand.
The airport presented a plan to the commissioners. It's a $6 million plan. A request for a $6 million federal grant to expand on the airport. That link has been shared. Everyone can see the plan. You're gonna ask for $6 million in federal funding, and that can affect whether we have to have a beacon or not. It is. We have an FAA contact as well. So please don't look at me like I'm making crap up or I'm crazy, because we've done our research as well.
You're just misinterpreting it.
I'm not
There was a
misinterpreting
preliminary
it.
engineering report done, and that does not mean what the commission has decided upon.
Right.
There's no plan for them to do that, so I don't put words in their mouth.
Is the application for the $6 million grant not already in progress? Is it not already in progress?
The commission is not,
Donovan,
for a grant.
I would like Donovan to answer the question.
When was this, $6 million grant come across the commissioners? I mean, I know I haven't seen it.
The airport
year.
board has presented it in their plan.
Alright, I'm just asking when, cause I've only been here for a year and I haven't seen it
Paul, I understand because I've been here for 5 years and we didn't know anything about this until the beacon was turned on and blinded us at our
Right,
house a couple
so I'm
months
asking
ago.
you, you said it came across the commissioner's desk already, I'm asking you when, so.
I don't have that exact date. I'm happy to research it for you, but the airport expansion plan exists. There's a link for it. Appendix C very specifically says we want public involvement. We want public feedback. Yet there has been no information filtered out to the public. And now that we're trying to give feedback, everyone is like, no, we don't want to hear it. But we're here, you're having it in the middle of the day when, like Wendy said, people can't attend. Just like the last meeting. 9 o'clock, 9:30 in the morning, people can't attend. This is an issue. This is a huge issue. I emailed the commissioners a video last night of what that beacon looks like from our neighborhood.
I drove up there.
So yeah, I have witnessed all 3 of the first times that it was on and it supposedly, allegedly modified. And then even this last time, supposedly, allegedly modified. It is super intrusive, it's unnecessary. The public should be aware of what's happening here.
We'll go ahead and move on for the get everybody. Thank you. Take note,
Yeah.
we don't read that.
Phillipsburg property owner, just, wanted to voice my opinion, also against the project, I just feel it's the first step in commercialization of the town and county. A lot of people live here for solitude, for the lack of light pollution. They just gonna lead down the roads that make residents don't want to be on.
Thank you. Right straight behind you.
Retail, against it, things coming in at night, they're already noisy enough during the day. Won't be coming in at night. And then I guess, my question to you, is anyone, or any group, or anything come up and say, hey, we're gonna be bringing in 5 flights a night, anything like that?
You ask me?
Yeah.
I get calls pretty frequently about flying at night, and I usually discourage it as we condition to the airport.
There's a like.
Just individuals, people that wanna fly in to see family members or whatever, and come see the town.
Alright, yeah, so you're against it. You're from California, right?
I'm not born and raised in Washington State. Does it matter?
Yeah, I was gonna call for it, come on.
I'm just curious for people that wanna fly in at night.
Yeah.
It was Friday, and yes, I did witness the last test. I think the gentleman that spoke first kind of summed it up for me in saying that the life flight would not be affected by it. But I also agree that these meetings need to, maybe have 2 meetings, because I own a cafe on the corner there, I have people coming in all the time, and we're talking about the beacon, and they have things that they want to say, but they can't come in here and attend this meeting. So having, nighttime when people aren't working would be huge.
Hi, Maureen Bagley. I just had a question. At the Zoom meeting that we were all on, or that I was on anyway, we mentioned the PCL and Donovan said, done, we can do that. So my question was, what changed?
Again, guys, I would never state
Okay,
something.
let me
that I don't
rephrase
know
it.
for
Let me
a fact.
rephrase
You're
it.
putting
You
words
mentioned the
in my mouth.
PCL, let me just rephrase. You mentioned that the PCL is not, it might not be able to be an option for our beacon, is that correct?
Based on current information that I got yesterday.
Okay, so that would mean
I
that,
gotta
that would mean that,
respond to
that would be why the runway lights are on at night, which would then require the beacon to be lit at night, right?
No, the runway lights are pilot control. They're not on at night.
So then why does the beacon have to be on at night if the runway lights are?
Because that's what the bar said.
Okay, I don't understand that whole part, so maybe we can find a way to make, I don't know if anybody else is unclear about it, but
I'll
the
give you-
PCL I thought was an option and you're saying it's not, and I don't get that.
So let me back up a little bit. I'm gonna have to look at my notes here. While I'm doing that, Jen, I wanna make some comments on your statement. So the grant for the beacon came from the Montana Department of Transportation. They have a fuel tax anytime you buy aviation gas. I think there's 5 cents. Posted to that, 4 cents of that goes into a fund to help repair airports or airport improvements. That's where that money came from. It came from that fuel tax. And this is stuff that I learned since the last meeting. I didn't have this information before. Mr. Trotsky called me after he talked to you. And we discussed what's going on with the beacon. He wanted to know the status of it, when it was gonna be closed out. And we talked about how the thing was funded, and he did clarify that the Montana Department of Transportation has an avenue to request those funds be returned if the project's not in use. So it's kind of the same thing with the FAA. I mean, if we ask for the money, it seems fair to me. If we ask for the money, we're not gonna use.
Maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't need that.
This is just common sense. If we ask for the money and we put something in and we don't use it, of course the state's gonna ask for the money.
Okay, well, maybe we don't need to ask for it. The general public is saying they don't want it. We don't need it.
Okay.
Robert specifically said, you
State fact,
presented this initially under the guise of needing it for a medevac or a fixed wing. And it has specifically been said, a fixed wing cannot land and will not land here.
That has to do with the airport improvements. Again, the beacon, and give me 5 minutes to go through this whole thing with the CIP and all that. It's a weird. And it is the Air Force ones. Bear with me, folks. Okay, so the airport has already received federal funds. I want to make that clear because we did redo the runway, or they did redo the runway. I've been involved with most of these projects that were done. There's something called airport sponsor assurances. So when you accept federal funds on a public airport, you're assuring the federal government that you're gonna maintain compliance according to their compliance standards. And do you want all these FAR numbers, or do you just want me to give you the gist of it? So this is the piece of information that I was missing last time. And again, I'm doing the best I can here. I'm talking to people, I'm gathering all this for you. So that airport sponsor assurances have this other section that goes and points towards the compliance manual. So the FAA has a compliance manual that says if you accept federal funds, you're assuring that you're gonna adhere to this compliance manual, and the compliance manual states all the maintenance standards for the airport, how it's supposed to be operated, pretty much. And there's specific statements in here that talk about field lighting. That says if field lighting is installed, the sponsor must ensure that the field lighting and associated airport beacon and lighted wind and landing direction indicators are operated every night of the year when needed. And there's another statement that talks about part-time operations. And that's where it says that you can have a pilot controlled runway lighting, but the beacon itself is excluded from that criteria. You can't have a pilot controlled beacon. So I'm learning all these bars kind of as we go here. I mean, from my experience, every airport that I've ever flown into at night has beacons. So finding out the why behind it has been fascinating, so to speak. But that's kind of what started that whole chain. And I mean, I wasn't involved in starting up this whole airport improvement project. That was done years before I was ever involved with the airport board. I mean, this thing's been in process for a long time. I was just carrying on what was already started. Does that help with the history of how we got here?
Are you looking at me? Sure. I mean, I know this airport plan started several years ago, 2022, I believe. Not sure, I think Scott and Blanche, you were on the.
I thought it started before that, when Ernie was chairman.
It started back when, Vince
started. Well, again, the public was never involved. We're just now finding out about this, and we found out about it because the beacon was turned on without notifying anyone. The public wasn't notified, hospital wasn't notified, fire department wasn't notified, the police department no one was notified. We turned it on without telling anyone, which is probably in itself an FAA violation. So we'll see how excited the FAA is to fork over a $6 million grant when a form of complaint is filed about the ethics and legalities of what's happening here.
Thank you. Sorry. My name is John Leggett. I'm on the Phillips Town Council.
and I saw your light show. I've got experience in helicopters with the Army, a lot of night flying. Night flying with a professional is dangerous. As you saw in DC last year, when a professional pilot hit an airplane, a whole lot of people died. You also might have noticed about 2 years ago, plane landed here in daylight, broad daylight, beautiful day, hit a deer. How many of you have run into a deer in the dark in Phillipsburg? And how are you gonna protect any aircraft that lands? There's no reason for night flights. A reason for a night flight is somebody's poor planning. Land in the daytime when it's safe. And last night the ending was kind of cute before today's meeting. Thank you very much. I don't think you need to land planes in the dark. That's not safe. Somebody's gonna die. Thank you.
I'm Heather Bolton, I'm a homeowner here in Hebron. Kind of here to get some more information, was hoping to hear more from you guys' actual facts, but I'm in opposition for some reason it's been stated by everybody here. I saw the video of the light show.
Okay, thank you. Next. I can't.
My name is Stephen Durkis. I'm a resident here in Granite County, own property down in town. But I am against the beacon and light pollution. I do have some other concerns though, as far as getting the FAA grant and everything else like that concerning risk assessments, the environmental and wildlife impact studies, primarily the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. So which the beacon can violate and will bring direct fines and violations to the county. Those studies aren't done before it's put into operation. So I'd just like to make sure that's taken into consideration before you guys make a decision.
Stop on the table. Did I miss somebody?
Plus, Amy, you have anything?
Hi, Susie Mullen, I'm sorry, I was late. Before I give you some information, I spoke at the last
Could you
meeting
speak up?
about safety in medical emergencies because we land the helicopters up next to the medical building. And then I thought, well, and I mentioned I've been to both the Anaconda and Deer Lodge airports many times. And I thought, well, I'm gonna go and investigate that. And I took pictures and I talked to both of the managers at the Deer Lodge Airport and at the Anaconda Airport extensively with both of these men. And they're both pilots. And one of the things that they talked about was our airport's in poor condition. In fact, if you go on the internet, it says they don't really recommend landing here because the runway is in such poor condition. It's got holes, there's a lot of gravel. And they also talked about NIPSI of FFA federal funds. And in order for us to be a part of that, we would have to have a manager and plus an engineer. You have to have an engineer in charge of the airport to take care of all necessary safety issues, which Anaconda and Deer Lodge both have. Simple things like a huge fence around the airport so the animals don't come in. And, you know, that's a huge risk. And what happens if you have the NIPSI, you have to have the engineer. And they said through that, then you can receive grants through FFA as much as $150,000 a year, which Deer Lodge takes advantage of every single year. We talked about Deer Lodge is a much bigger airport. Their population is 3,100 people. Anaconda is a decent sized airport. Their population of 2020 census is 9,421. The census of Phillipsburg in 2020 is up from 800 And I believe it's about 913 people currently. So there's a huge difference in population. The other two things that really stood out to me, because I've only been at those airports in emergencies, usually at night, was the fact that they're way away from the residential area. Deer Lodge sits up on a hill, and there is a family that lives right outside the gate, and they have given them all kinds of compensation because of their beacon. Deer Lodge's beacon is 80 foot high in the sky. I have pictures of it if it's okay to pass them around. But it also was put up in 1950. And he did tell me that they're looking for possibly next year to replace their beacon. But the two stands that their beacon lights are on in both of these airports is on a great big metal structure. And then it's just a little lamp like that. And they can control it by shooting the, he says they have to climb up it, unfortunately, and they have to bend it, and then it can shoot the light straight up in the air where it doesn't go out at a horizontal, beam. And theirs are pretty bright, but Anaconda only runs their light if it's bad weather or dense fog, where Deer Lodge does run their beacon light from dawn to dusk every day, because they have an airport that takes jets, they take pontoon airplanes, they take hot air balloons, and they had several other listings of the type of planes they take in. They just don't take the commercial big airplanes into Deer Lodge. They have 2 runways there also, and it's immaculate there. And they have 11 hangars, and you can rent them. And the manager there, Tony, he says that the county owns the land that these garages sit on, but he pays about $550 a year in taxes, so he's basically renting that, because I know that situation came up, should we be charging people to fly in? And neither one of those airports charged to fly in. He says if you start doing that, you're never gonna have anybody come. And they talked a lot about their controls. Most of the pilots that come in, Deer Lodge does have pilots come in at night, and most of the pilots have through radio 3 clips, and they put up the numbers, whatever the airport's number is. Like Phillipsburg, our number is 122.9, and you click on your radio 3 times, and all the lights come on. The airport, or I'm not sure how much time it is before. I know our sheriff's station was in charge of that, but when an aircraft comes in, I think it's a half hour before. We click that 3 times, and the lights of the runway come on. Do you know, Blaine? By chance?
The pilot controls the lights themselves, it has nothing to do with the sheriff.
Yeah, well, we have the sheriff's office. Pilots can do that, but we also have the backup of the sheriff's office. They do it up there also, here.
Over there, not here.
Here,
The medical center.
medical center, yes, yeah. So one airport runs theirs all the time, and that's Deer Lodge, and they do need to get a new light. But getting back to their runways too, their runways are so much longer than ours. Deer Lodge's runway is, it's 6,011 feet. And Anaconda's it's 6,010 feet by 75. Anaconda's 6,011 feet by 85. Our runway is 3,600 feet long. So our airport, the main thing it needs to have done is the runway needs to be paved better than it is right now. And personally, people here do, and I also found out we're all gonna be taxed on this. Every time there's changes to the airport, we will be taxed. And It's not gonna be cheap. And I think if that involves everyone that was here in Phillipsburg, I'm never gonna use the airport. I've used it as far as emergencies, but I myself, I don't fly. I wish I knew somebody that did. I'd love to fly with them. But I think the whole community needs to have a vote on this. Everybody needs to know what's going on. I don't think this should be just swept under the rug for a few people that come to these meetings. If everybody's gonna be taxed on this, which they will be taxed, they need to know what's going on. So I personally would like to, hope that we can vote as a town, the people that live in town. So, like I said, both of those airports are almost 3 miles away from any of the residents in both of those towns. And they do have a ton of traffic. Deer Lodge has any kind of gas, any pilot lots too, which is awesome. Anaconda only has 2 different types of gas for different planes and jets. It was really interesting. And both of those men said if anybody here wanted to talk to them, I have their telephone numbers and they both were just awesome to speak to. And thank you.
Thank you.
Donald again. Like you, I'm an elected official. And like you, I represent the people. I haven't heard anybody in this room or outside this room that supports it. I strongly recommend that you listen to these people. These people don't want your beacon. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for giving me a chance. My name is Andy Sheetermeyer. I was at all the previous meetings. And it's a little bit less of a crowd now, but as someone said, people weren't able to be here at this time and whatnot. I unfortunately, as much as I wanted to, was out of town during the beacon test. But one comment with that is that a lot of people may have been indoors, even in town. A lot of people, like myself, were out of town. So I think the only fair way to do the beacon test would have been to do it like you wanted to originally, 24/7 or from dusk until dawn. To do it, only until 8 o'clock was not a true test. Okay, another comment was, unfortunately, I feel sorry for those people whose land values will go down with the beacon in place. A lot of values in your houses will go down. Number 3, as Mr. Legay said, when Mr. Sansom sponsored or chartered a flight from California up here and hit that deer, that was right around 6 p.m. And my last comment is, before you do any beacon upgrade, you need to raise that fence, because any plane coming in isn't going to go around the airport several times to see if there's any deer in the way. So, I mean, how tall is the fence now?
The 3-wire barbed wire fence, 4 feet.
4 or 5 feet?
They can walk
You know, an 8-foot fence isn't quite tall enough for deer, but a 10-foot fence would be appropriate. That is what you need to do before any beacons work is done. My comment. Thank you.
On that note, on that $6 million thing, that was one of the biggest things that when they brought it to our attention. It had to be, that was the first thing that had to be done before they even approved anything. The safety on the airport would have to be before, and then when they looked at the runway, we had got too big. They went out there like with that, just a patch, and it was rolling out. And they did, so they were pretty.
You haven't approved any $6 million, correct?
No,
But you're
I
aware
don't
of
think
it.
we can, because I don't think they're,
The question is,
I don't,
Oh, where is it different than there being some abstract plan out there that the commission hasn't
When
approved?
they were talking to us, when they were talking about doing that, when they came to us, they were saying that this airport isn't really built for that. I went down to Stevensville and they just did it. And that was it wasn't good, cause everything that comes with it. But they were saying that, cause we don't have the length, the width, cause then we start getting out and then we're getting too close to this and that. And then trying to move stuff to make it fit. It wasn't feasible.
As Mr. McGay said, then it should only be a daytime airport.
Well, what was your thoughts, you know, I've heard about how bright it was, what if, I was just reading some of the stuff, and this is just me. What if they dim that somehow, we put them shades on? Is that still a no, or, I see people shaking their head right now, I'm just asking.
Scott, are there people on the Zoom meeting that would like to chime in?
Oh, I do, sorry, I don't see that down
That's
there.
okay.
I see it, you know, this is just me asking my questions. Trying to figure out on it, you know, when you read here, they said that they can, you know, the LED lights are so bright, you know, that especially in a rural. And then they say the weather on LED, that, you know, that there's so much difference with the weather.
Can I address that, Scott? Can I address that?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the test that we saw was on a full moon,
Yes, sir.
slightly cloudy. It was a very, very bright evening without the beacon. Then we turned the beacon on. You know, you could see it in the clouds, in the sky. I don't think that, I'm sure that there's some recommendation on what the lumens needs to be. I'm sure that what is in there is what they're recommending, right? Also-
recommend required, I mean,
Yeah,
again, I'm
yeah,
just getting
yeah,
facts here, there's an advisory circular that says exactly where the lumens are supposed to be at what light.
As far as the shielding, it still doesn't affect, it still doesn't change what's happening in the sky above you as that thing is
It's just
spinning
not
around.
moving so close to the ground, it's still, you're getting a view of that.
Yeah,
Stuff.
I honestly, I thought that the test being on a full moon was a little. It wasn't a great representation, because there's a lot of days that are not that bright, and it would have been a lot more noticeable on actually dark evening.
Thanks. I haven't done mine.
Yeah, too.
Just, I got Zoom coming on. Sorry. Go ahead.
Elena Gagliano for the record. It's a little hard hearing some of the people over the phone. However, the ones I did hear, I kind of agree with them. First of all, the questions haven't been answered, and they're still unanswered. And again, it goes back a while. The term accepting federal grants is very key to everything. We don't accept any federal grants, then we don't accept their rules and regulations. And something similar happened years ago when they wanted to make the airport bigger. People said no, we protested, and we stopped it. But the FAA offered a grant of 90% to cover it, and then went up to 95% to get us to agree. And we said no. As far as paving the airport, I believe that was asked for years ago. And it was done, I thought, years ago. And we don't need all this new improved beacons, lights 24/7 because it's an airfield. It is not a public airport. And it's a big difference. Now, everybody that's sitting there at this meeting and try to speak out or be heard, there is an airport board meeting tomorrow night at 7 p.m. And that's a good time for everybody to be there to meet and voice your opinion. It will be on Zoom, and so everybody can be heard and everybody will be able to comment. And then there's minutes, and you should find them also up on the website, the new and improved website. This is very contentious. It's important. And by the way, you do have an airfield in Drummond, which is not directly over the town. And I think that would probably be a better place if you want to extend it or do whatever you want. And people in this county, we don't have private planes. And it seems like the people that have private planes are on the board, the airport board, and want it bigger and better and improved. The people that live here that pay for this thing actually don't need it. And again, tomorrow night, meeting at 7 o'clock, and everybody should be there. I intend to be there. Thank you very much.
I have one more Zoom, then we'll get to you. I got one more Zoom. They're getting waiting, sorry.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Angela Rank. Last name is R-E-N-K, and we've owned a home outside Phillipsburg for about 17 years. I was made aware of this meeting last night, an issue, so I appreciate you making a Zoom available, but wish that I had seen more communication about this. I do think offering a couple meetings would make it easier for people to attend that can't in the middle of the day and have their voices heard. So I'm kind of just basically reiterating a lot of what people are saying, but I have not personally seen any of the tests firsthand, but I've seen videos that show the light pollution that this will add to the area. I am concerned about the light pollution and still don't understand the actual reason for this. I don't know if anybody else does. If this is for night flights, it sounds like there are very few, and we certainly don't want to encourage more air traffic and noise, do we? It sounds like there are improvements and updates that need to happen at the airport as it is now, and it seems those funds, wherever they are coming from, but certainly if it is through taxes, collected taxes, could be used more wisely addressing the needed improvements and updates. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Oh, I know.
I have yours. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hi, my name's Flash, and my primary residence is on Bearhaven Lane by the airport there. I did not, I'll make it very clear, I did not see the Wednesday test. But I can tell you that my personal concerns are of, my first, I have a real quick question. Are these an LED beacon? Yes. Okay. So I have a friend who's on a board of directors on a different airstrip, and we've been discussing this. And some of the LED beacons that are going on at night, they have had to they've had to install deflectors or baffles that deflect the light to a 30-degree angle up into the sky. The reason is twofold. One is so my wife's not being flashed by them while she's in the tub and being distracted. And the other is because when you have, these are such bright beacons. For instance, if you have a row of trees, it's wintertime, and they do not have leaves on them, for instance, those LEDs have been known to literally wash the branches out of the trees, and the pilots can be fooled, especially if they're running visually, into feeling that this is a clear place to land. So there's also a safety issue on that as well. My last concern on this is, again, safety. How close do you want to run in an airport where most of the planes live in near an airport, where most of the planes are being piloted by private citizens? Now, I know myself, I'm capable of making great decisions and some not great decisions. All right. The point is that I may be good enough to get my pilot's license. For me to fly at night with the mountains as close as they are, and at nighttime, this is, from what I understand, an interesting airfield to fly into. That doesn't mean I'm making all the right decisions, which could be catastrophic for people who live around the airport as well, let alone the fact that there's a community park there. There is a community gardens there. People can be there after dark as well. And I don't know. It just seems to me that this could be a very litigious situation if this was to be approved in the way that we're going about it.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot to add, Anaconda and Deer Lodge, they do not have the LED lights. They're just a regular light, and they're not as bright. And it works really, really well, especially for the traffic they have. And I hate to bring this up, but, I personally know quite a few people here in town. They don't have internet service. They don't have computers. I think it would be better to meet like here or in one of the schools to have a meeting rather than do it online, because we're gonna lose a lot of people. They just aren't, they're not able to talk like these last week.
For the airport board meeting, are you recommending like have a night meeting?
Are they?
Is that what are you recommending
Yes.
having a night meeting?
Yeah, and then everybody from work can be here too. We need
I'm fine
to
with that.
inform more people, because a lot of people don't have internet service.
Yeah, that's fine with, I'm just wondering, but yeah, I'm fine with it. We can set up like we were next, you wanna do it before Christmas or after?
I'd say.
Can be hectic with all the Christmas parties and
Yeah.
shows and stuff going on. It's gonna be hard to get everybody, but personally, we can set up a nice one. I don't care.
So I have a comment on, Donovan, you supplied this document today?
Yeah.
But, okay, so on the front, you have, it says no airport terminal complex plan. But then on the back, the first fact you have here, it says there's a proposed terminal mentioned in the 32 plan, which if approved and funded, will serve as a temporary hangar, public restroom and maintenance area for transient aircraft. So that's confusing. It seems like there's no hangar plan, but yet there is. There's a lot of other things that are confusing, as such as we never really got an answer on the meetings with the DNRC and what's going on there, or leasing their land and expanding the footprint of the airport. So I think whether it's, the airport board meetings tomorrow, maybe the next one after that, have an updated plan on what's happening. You're saying there's no proposed infrastructure improvements outside of just the runway improvement. That is not what we're reading online on the airport board. So let's update the plan. As far as the vote, everyone I've talked to in town, everyone here, I think, unless I misinterpreted someone's comments, just wants a daytime use airport. Have that be the vote. It's the will of the people. If you guys, want to put it back and have a referendum, on the June ballot or sooner, a special election, put it on us. Let us decide how the airport's going to be used. The beacon is up. As far as giving funds back, if the state says we have to give funds back because the beacon's not being run all the time, so be it. We had no public input on this before it went up. However, the beacon's there in case it was ever used for an emergency, which is unlikely, as it stands now. We can turn it on manually. So it's there, it's operating, it just doesn't have to operate all the time. And whether you guys are having a vote on it today, if you have to take all these public comments into consideration and have a vote later, or if you want to put it back on the public, it just needs to be a daytime airport.
Well, I think coming and listening, quite a few that, recommend having night. I understand people are working and it's hard for them to get here, and like I said, I have no problem if you wanna have another night, or another meeting, a night meeting, and then I'm not making that decision today. Lunch.
Okay, I just want to clarify one thing with Blaine. The study, the grant study was they wanted to get money for the runway. And so the way to do it was to get grant money to do what is it? They did the study.
Preliminary engineering report.
Okay, and then it came back, and this is what Scott said, it came back and said, no, we can't do it. And I don't know about a $6 million airport. If it's still sitting here, it suggests it, but I for one would never say, okay, we're gonna have an airport.
That was the other two commissioners and I, and if you look back, I think I voted against it. Cause in fact, when I talked to, and I'll give you the guy's name that you can talk to, I'm not just picking on you, but I'm just saying, he was the main guy down in Stevensville, and he bought it. And just after what happened to get through, you know.
Well, the commission said at that time, when they got the grant, the preliminary engineering report said, we're not bound by any type plans. We asked that question right from the start, and they said, no, you're not bound by anything. So it's still before the commission, nothing's gonna be ramrodded.
Cause that was right here on the. So it's right here on the left.
But I can tell you, I was there with that, the FAA was there, and they're not bound by any type of $6 million project.
This is the thing, this is may I? This isn't, we're not doing this. We had to get this grant to do the study, and they offered it and said, here is what you can do. Then they found out, no, we can't, because we can't extend the runway and we can't lease the property. If this is here from.
Well, why is it still on the what's happening?
Well, I don't know why it's still.
It would be on the, this is not happening because they said it can't happen.
It should, absolutely it should, because I don't know anything about $6 million airport going on.
One distinction here too, you have the airport board that can make recommendations, but the county commission has the final say on it. So what the airport board's doing is potentially recommending to the commission, so.
And I do know about the $6 million when it comes through, yeah.
Lance, I would also recommend, we're talking about all this now, there's so much misinformation out there. What we hear and I've only attended 2 airport board meetings, what we hear on those airport board meetings and how they're planning on moving forward is totally different than anything we're talking about today. I would recommend one of the county commissioners be on those board meetings. The plans, how public opinion is just dismissed on those meetings. And I'm not the only one saying it. There's other people in this room that have been on those meetings, and it's just like, the public, these meetings, 40, 50, 60 people at these county commissioner meetings, are basically saying, we don't want this. When it turns into the airport board meeting, specifically the one on November 19th, it's like, that's not indicative of what the county wants. That's only 50 people. You guys know how many people show up for your meetings, and I'm sure you talked to other people outside of this room, but one of you guys should be on that board meeting and see how public opinion is dismissed and see how these plans are talked about going forward, because it's totally different than what we're talking about right now.
Okay. I have a question, and it's probably more than a question, just a comment. When you look at what's happening inside of the sheet, the envisioning is understood that that's not very costly. And then the design and engineering, the costs start to build because engineering can get in hundreds of dollars an hour, somebody doing the planning. But then when you get to 28, 29, the runway, reconstruct the runway, improve airport marketing and signage, updated runway lighting, new wind cone. And I understand, that there's money that's gonna be available on grants, but when there's a shortfall on the funding, but yet you still try to make the improvements like you're mentioning, who's picking up the extra? Is it all through the tax base to the local people in Granite County? And how do you segment that out and let them know ahead of time that their taxes are going up on the runway, that it's sounding like most people don't want.
Well, sitting through those past meetings with county commission, talking about that, county commission, from what I heard, said, we're not gonna be coming up with county tax dollars, it have to be some type of other matching would have to come from some other source. And so, again, they weren't committing at that time to a specific plan or committing dollars to it. So, and everything, it could be they change their mind, but that's the meetings I've attended.
Go ahead. Y'all need to go in there.
What part of no are you not understanding? This is about the beacon, right? This whole thing is about Shorty Beacon. Everybody that I hear out there is saying, no, don't do this. It doesn't matter if we're right or we're wrong. We're the people, and it's our decision. You're supposed to represent us. If you go ahead and go, put the beacon on, there isn't anybody in here who's gonna support you. And there isn't anybody out there who's gonna support you. Listen to the people. The only people who are supporting this are on your side of the desk. No, we don't want this.
But John, town council meetings, you've had probably 3 or 4 meetings on certain matters, haven't you?
Absolutely.
So that's what they're doing.
And we were asked to have another meeting to get more information. Right? Cause we wanted to know more on it, and I'm like, nah, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
And that was the whole reason why we're having John. It's not that we're not listening. Don't sit here and say that we're not listening. We are. None of us have made a decision, and I'm not making a decision today. You're acting like we already made the decision. We're gonna have that damn light on all the time. Did you hear me say that? Did you hear me say that I'm gonna make sure that light's on all the time? No.
Is it mostly Rock Creek clients that are flying at night? Is that what we're kind of?
Pardon me?
Is it mostly like Rock Creek clients that are gonna be flying in at night?
Not quite sure what you're saying.
I mean, who's using?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Like the one down in Drummond, it gets used a lot. That's nice. It's the millet. You guys, hey. At nighttime down there, why I know this so well, my daughter lives right on there, okay? And their military's coming in, they're just hitting it going. And they're using that as a training. I'm just throwing this out. But that's what's going on down there. Cause I keep hearing, well, it's people are drumming. And they're terrible.
Drummond.
Yeah, just that, he's been waiting for that.
Yeah, Stephen Durkis again. Two things. First one is, just more of a request. When, you guys are referencing, the CFRs and the FAA regulations and stuff like that, can you document which actual regulation that you guys are referencing? Like if it's like the CFR 50-22. So we can
that
go ahead
now
and
or
get that
that later?
information out there and,
Let's put it on the county website, that work.
sure, or if you're doing pamphlets like this, or you're saying this is an FAA regulation, we got the access to it, we can go look it up and see exactly what you're talking about. And, the second thing is on the back of, this handout, I was looking at the, approximate flights coming through, the Reddick Airfield being 1,700 to 2,000. Is that even close to being accurate?
No,
I don't think.
so,
Those numbers seem to be,
can I answer that for you?
quite,
Stephen?
quite enough.
Can I answer that for you?
Go ahead.
So, on the KLJ engineering report, they have an estimated just over 2,000, somewhere between 2,100 flights from 2018 to 2025. For the last 7 years, they're estimating 2,000 flights. And okay, if it's a landing and a takeoff, okay, cut it in half. They're estimating 1,000 flights. Now, I have an email from Eric Anderson, who is a current airport board member, and he is stating that, that's an engineering report. I guess we paid him for that report. Eric Anderson is stating that they have no record and no idea how many flights are coming into the airport. If you want to see that email and you want to see his comment, I can forward it to you. Now, everyone knows where I live. I'm estimating probably 200 or 400 flights a year fly in and out of there. I would take my estimation over the engineering, over an airport board member saying we have no idea. I would totally take my estimation, and that's what's flying in there.
Council. No, no.
Oh, okay, 15 Richmond, Scott said a few minutes ago that he voted against it. I'm not sure what it was that he voted against. And I wasn't at the last meeting. We didn't see the test either, but, what is it that you're going to be making a decision on today?
I'm not making that decision today, I already said that.
The matter on the agenda was the beacon.
The beacon.
We're gonna hear public comment to make decision or table.
It sounds like it's gonna be,
Well, I'm getting a lot of
Possibly
people
table.
asking to have a night meeting, you know, so there's more people that missed out that got questions. And I'm here, you know, to not have it.
another
So people
meeting.
could come at night instead of during the day while they work. And that's why I was asking, I'm game for having technology.
So it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing in this meeting, that there is possibly an option to manually turn the beacon on. Is that correct?
According to the fires now.
No, that also is no. So the PCL is no, and manually turning on for night lights is also no.
According to the fires.
So it's.
Is there any process by which, an exception could be submitted? Is there any leeway? Has that been, proposed yet? Is there any, I'm not sure what the regulation is, but is there anybody to go to that determines that regulation that could provide a waiver should one be requested?
That was requested from the FAA.
I'm sorry?
That was requested from the FAA, the gentleman that I talked to at the FAA.
Okay, was that formally requested or informally?
It was, yeah, phone call, I don't know what you wanted to find as formally.
Okay, I would say that's informally. Okay.
Well, Justine, I would say that was
Hey,
fine.
I got one on Zoom. Just wait a second, please, I jumped over them. Go ahead. You'll be next.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me at the meeting? Okay, this is Eric Anderson, and Jack, thanks for referencing me. I'm sorry I can't be there. I am a pilot. I do have a home in Phillipsburg adjacent to the airport, and I have some other property that I plan to build a full-time home that I bought about 6 years ago. I'm from Montana. I've lived in Great Falls since the mid-'80s, and I've been a pilot since the '70s. An interesting conversation that I had, knowing that this meeting was coming up, I pulled out the sectional chart, which is like a road map, except it's for pilots, and it explains all the small airports that are around. I picked out several small airports and emailed the airport managers. All these airports had beacons at their airports and had runway lightings. I got a very interesting call, and I chatted with the airport manager from Townsend. So Townsend's probably a small town, probably bigger than Phillipsburg. But they just went through a big renovation project on their airport. Again, airports get old, asphalts get old, and they're just not safe. Just like roads, you don't want to land airplanes on bad asphalt, and you don't want to be driving cars on bad asphalt. Anyway, the big thing was they had a beacon just like ours. It's brand new. This is the new FAA standards, and the beacon was erected and it was turned on. And just like it happened in the Phillipsburg community, this was a very bright light. These are LED lights, far brighter than in the past. And there was a significant uproar in Townsend. The beacon was shut down, and they went back to the engineers and said, we need to fix this beacon so that it's not shining in the community's lights. And he said that they were supposed to be installing the shield on the beacon yesterday. Whether or not that happened, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to talk to him again. But I completely understand the sentiment in the community that you don't want that big bright LED light shining in your eyes. And there's no reason as a pilot coming into land at Phillipsburg in the middle of the night why you need to have it down low. It seems to me it'd be fairly easy to have the FAA come up with a standard for these new lights that are being issued to smaller airports like ours that are being upgraded, because we can't be the only communities in the United States that are having these same issues. I think it's an issue that can be resolved. If this new beacon had been turned on and it was not in the lights of anybody in our town, I don't think we'd be having this big uproar.
Thank you. Go ahead. I shut her off.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to address Justine's question, because in the first meeting we had here a couple of
Because
months
having
ago,
a new
Sorry.
they're done.
Go ahead, start over.
So there, Donovan presented on his handout an option for PCO lighting, and we discussed potential variance of $7,500. And we've had no follow-up on that. So if Donovan isn't talking to the FAA about the potential option to have a PCL beacon or a variance, then we haven't heard anything about that. And so again, the public is receiving partial information, inaccurate information. And at the end of the day, we're just trying to get all of the information and the truth. And you have the general population saying, we don't necessarily feel like the airport board should be applying for a $6 million grant to expand the airport. If that's different than some runway improvements, we also haven't heard about that.
Thank you. So.
So there was a recent email from the FAA on December 15th. I apologize if that didn't get to the website, but talking about generally don't give variances for the pilot control beacon, but it's definitely look at more, definitely something to look into.
Flash, are you able to talk?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm listening. Everybody's got very valid points. First of all, you know what? I just want to tell everybody who's volunteering to make this town better, God bless you. All right. I get it. Love that. I just have a bit of an issue with the fact that it seems like we're so unaware of what is going on. And I can tell you, for one, I'm not willing to have my property value drop because lights are flashing into our eyes when there are other options to be done. Okay. And I will fight for that. Secondly, though, and that's not a threat. That is not a threat. That's a homeowner. Okay. That's somebody who loves Peterborough. I moved here because this is the place I want to be. And the reason this is the place I want to be is because it's this place today. It's not the place of tomorrow. This is an amazing place, and this is a place that we've all got to be able to embrace. Secondly, I just got a little off track there, but secondly, I think that it's very important that we have a safe airport for people to fly into. But hey, I think that beacon was 65 grand, right? And is that, if I'm correct, if my information is not erroneous, it's 65 grand. If it comes to the point where we need to be able to, if we really truly need that beacon for safety, you know what? Let's give that 65 back to the FAA and let's do it our way as a community to make it safe for pilots and good for the community. It's a win-win. Just my thought.
Thank you. Jerry Sullivan.
Is there an option just to permanently close the airport?
Gary.
I said, is there,
Hey, Gary.
or closing?
Got Diane about, what did you say?
Is there an option to just permanently close the airport?
What do you mean? Yeah, you're kind of against the development.
Jerry. We can't hear you, Jerry.
I'm gonna ask again though, would you like to have a night meeting? And when can we do it? And get a time in that, you'll do it after Christmas coming up, cause the people are gonna be gone. I'm just trying to feel out and see, is this what, you wanna have another meeting, night meeting?
Do you guys need more convincing that people are against it? I think if you need more convincing, then yes, there needs to be a night meeting.
I'm not saying that, I understand where you're at.
Right.
I'm just saying, but there's been people, you know, saying that they wish they could have a night meeting, just, cause there's other people that don't know how to get on there.
Sure, no, I totally understand that, and I
I
feel like,
got a whole bunch here, you know, but there's people that actually like to stand up and voice their opinion. Being a Republican.
yeah, they're gonna all say the same thing.
I know, but I just asked them to.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea, if you guys need more convincing. If you don't, then, I mean, you shouldn't, but if you do.
At the end of the day, it's pretty cut and dry.
Behind her.
Yeah, I like have a question.
I think
Quick.
definitely we should have another meeting where everybody can get involved. However, I don't see that we're getting any definite answers to anything. And I would hate it to come back to another meeting like this where you don't have the answers, and I didn't know that, and I looked it up later and whatever. You need to have permanent, I'm basically against the beacon thing as it stands, but the things that bothers me the most is what is it ultimately gonna cost us? We don't know that. We don't know if the FAA is gonna come in and say, oh, by the way, we need to do this, and that's another, or whatever. And down the line, it's gonna cost us a lot of money plus taxes. So I think we need to know all the ins and outs for the next meeting. Don't have another meeting like this. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Quick one, is there a place online or somewhere where a guy can find like the FAA 5010 record?
Yeah, it comes through for that, should just come right up.
Okay, I looked on my phone, their website was all,
Yeah,
there was something screwed up in it, so,
I wouldn't try doing it.
okay. Just put in P-Word information. At the end of the day,
Use 05, the airport identifier,
Okay.
0405.
at the end of the day, it's pretty cut and dry. Nighttime flights shouldn't happen in Goldsboro, Montana for safety concerns. Use it as a daytime only and we'll move on. We don't need to have another meeting just to have another meeting. The consensus, based on everybody I've talked to outside of this meeting, and it sounds like everybody else in here has the same opinion. You can have another meeting, but it's gonna be similar to this.
I think too, the suggestion of the meeting is just to show that, like, the count of people here is not representing what the public actually feels. So like she said, if we need to get more convincing, we could have another meeting, but I would like to request that maybe we have like a decision plan in place, because I've personally taken hours out of my workday for this, and we're just kicking the can on the road. We live closest to the airport Beacon, so we're very fuel to rally our friends, and we've tried it, and I think, you know, we've gotten multiple people here today. For us to just continually have to do that, we're gonna lose the interest of our people.
However, I was told this is a county airport, and I thought that maybe the town of Phillipsburg was not able to make a decision like this.
This is not for the town of Goldsboro.
Who owns
The county,
who owns the airport?
the county does, there's also Forest Service permit there, but yeah, the county.
So I think, you know, everyone that has spoken is just against it for the beacon for sure. But there's not just about the beacon, I've been taking all kinds of notes, everyone has a different idea with moving forward in the future of the airport. So I think, for me, I think another meeting would be good. and have a plan set for the future of the airport, not just if the beacon's turned on or off. That's my thoughts.
And a final reading, discussion, decision. I'm with you.
Okay,
I understand where you're coming from. Blanche?
I just want to know, like, looking at this project. It says 25 and 27, design and engineering. Is there any design and engineering going on right now?
Yeah, preliminary.
And who's paying for that?
KLJ's paying that.
So we're still in this KLJ grant money,
Yeah.
and they're doing.
The
So,
65.
and then on 28 and
65.
29, our main goal was to reconstruct the runway. That was our main goal, right?
The way
Okay, that was the main goal.
The 65 is for the beacon. The preliminary engineering was more than that.
Yeah.
Earlier, one was for doing the fixing the runway, and they went out and got that to do all the KLM, to do all the study and that, that's when it come back and don't, yeah. It's just a lot of.
Unfortunate, two names are almost,
Sorry.
yeah. KLM probably doing
So are we in this study applying to, is this project timeline for the $6 million airport? I don't understand where that's coming from.
So again, I'm picking this up from when this was already done under previous commissioners, and right now, KLJ is working on preliminary engineering. Like what would it take to rehabilitate the?
I'm sorry, but I find it just unacceptable that the commissioners don't know this is happening. Like, it's happening. There's a study going on. Time is being spent on a plan and the three of you don't know it's happening. And you're responsible. It's a county-owned and operated airport, which is essentially the people, and the three of you don't know what's happening.
Well, and I would also add,
If that's okay.
the airport board is advisory, they should be advising you guys of what's going on. And you guys making decisions, it's very apparent that the airport board is making these decisions and then passing them on, and whether or not, how in depth they're being looked at, I think that's in question. But, you know, again, being at the airport board meeting, because it's a different tone. I still haven't gotten an answer on why there are being calls made to the DNRC about leasing land for airport expansion. Donovan, do you wanna say anything about that?
Yeah, he's asked 3 times.
Sure.
And
So when an airport surface is engineered, there's the runway itself, and then that's kind of the center line of where this whole study gets done. What the FAA looks at is they look at a slope, just like if you're building a wall or something like that, they do, I don't know, it's 2 to 1 or something like that, 20 to 1. That's like the safety zone. So from the runway center line, it's 20 to 1 leaving that area. And right now, where the current property line is, it intersects that 20 to 1, so it doesn't qualify for the FAA safety zone. So they kind of look at everything like a big football stadium, if you will. There's a imaginary awkward cone that comes up from the runway surface. And that's how the FAA determines different safety zones, like whether it's low level flights, approaches, where the airport fence should be. That's kind of what decides what equipment can go on the airport and how it's regulated.
So that's the north side of the
On
runway.
the north side, and that's the reason why we're talking with the DNRC about what it would take to move that property boundary over a little bit, because right now it's encroaching in that safety zone.
So when you're talking to the DNRC about leasing land on the east side of the runway and the north and east.
There's nothing on the north side. The only thing that everything is on
east.
Everything is on the east. There's nothing on the north.
Okay, when you're talking to them about leasing 17 acres, that's the biggest lease amount I saw on the plan.
Maybe 1.7.
Okay, well, I saw 17, so maybe I'm blind, but when you're talking about leasing land on the east side, that is not for additional apron and hangar improvements.
No.
Okay.
No, the only thing, so if you look at that plan on the back of your sheet, can I see it? Oh, this is terrible. So there's a line that's kind of midway through the paper there. This is gonna be impossible for everybody to see, including me. And then there's that pop out. So there's a blue line that goes right down horizontally, kind of down the middle of your page. That's what we're talking about. There's a black line right below it. It's a building restriction line that doesn't have anything to do with property. And then the blue line is just to get that safety requirement from the center line.
So on KLJ's improvement plan, one of the plans has hangars bumped out to the east on the NRC land. So yes, there is a plan, whether or not we adopt it.
That's sure, that's not an FAA funded thing, that's just showing like, look, if this is the area, if there was gonna be more hangars, this is where they would go.
So in some way, shape or form, there is whether it's adopted or not, there is a plan to expand hangars east. That's one of the options.
That is an option, yeah. If
Okay.
you also look
Thank you.
further into that, Jack, there's, I think, 5 different options of how those
Yeah,
hangars will lay out.
I saw them all.
Yeah, there's several.
One thing here is the commission's not telling the airport board, you guys need to go do X, Y, and Z. They're the ones who are supposed to be looking into it, looking into a specific plan and recommending it. So we're not even to that point yet of recommending. I understand you want them to know more about it, but there's no plan, specific plan has been brought to them saying, hey, we want this $6 million spent, we guys approve that. That hasn't happened.
Like, I'm sorry, I gotta say, and I know Derek wants to say something, he has his hand raised, but you guys should be questioning what is brought to you. This whole thing originated on the basis and premises of needing it for a medevac or a fixed wing jet, which we initially said from the beginning has only been called twice in the last 17 years. Only once landed in Phillipsburg, the other was in Anaconda. Robert has already stated they're never gonna come here. So I feel like this was like a facade, like, let's put this out there under the guise of, we have to have it for a medical emergency, and that's not true. And then we all sat here in a meeting where we were told the $65,000 came from the FAA, and that's not true either. So you guys should be questioning everything. I don't think anyone should be sitting here just taking someone's word. Everyone should be fact checking and everyone should be researching.
Yeah, so, Blaine, your comment there that this hasn't come from the commissioners. We were told in the last meeting and on the airport board meeting that this was initiated by the commissioners, that they wanted improvements at the airport. So I'm not sure which is true and which is not.
So improvements generally on getting runway that's not chunked out, but as far as expanding hangars, any expansion of the runway, that hasn't been directed by the commission. So,
The fixing was just to get it, like we put up a new windsock, stuff like that they need to take care
We exceeded that a little bit.
of. A few more than this. We're just repeating a lot of the same stuff, and I still wanna know, if you want a night meeting, let's figure out when it is. And so we can move ahead, 'cause I mean, we're just going over and over and over the same stuff. You can get some more facts, we have one more meeting to make a decision.
I just want to clarify on the medevac thing. The only people I have currently spoken to is Lifelight. Like I said, they have landed there, that I know of one time. Obviously, a dire emergency happens. I've spoken to the fire department, I'm on the fire department, search for rescue, law enforcement, and EMS here. If something were to happen, we can light the runway up. But my offer to you guys, if you're gonna have another night meeting, I know when I called Lifelight and spoke to their base manager, it was the first they've heard of it. So I think speaking to all of these, there's Logan Health Alert, Mercy Flight, Billings, all of those, that I have contacts with working in EMS and first response. I would offer to you guys, if you would like, I would be more than happy to reach out to them, see what their runway specifics are and whether or not they are authorized currently to land at our airport. And what the reasonings for that would be specifically, if you guys are gonna have another night.
Hey, thanks, back to the same thing, let's get this one.
Just one thing, is everybody on the commission or the board here? Isn't there a guy named Mike, who lived right down on Broadway? Who's not here at this meeting?
This is the county.
Oh, I'm
You're
sorry.
talking the city.
But it is, okay.
So yeah, it sounds on call.
Okay, it seemed like everybody who's pertinent to this should be here at these meetings. Especially if they live in towns. during the online meeting, there was somebody else, I don't recognize that he's here. No?
I don't know when you, I'm lost. Anyway, so what night, let's try to make this, I'm not ignoring it for a second, I'm trying to get, I brought this up like 5 times, I'll get it through. What night you want to do this, you want to do it after Christmas, first part of the year, let's get this figured out, have one more meeting, make a decision, and we're done.
Make a decision for what? To put it on or not to put it on?
Yeah.
Will you guys provide more information, more detailed information before that meeting, or is it just gonna be showing up again and you just listen to us and? Or are we gonna actually get some facts that we're gonna know beforehand? How prepared will you guys be?
I don't think there's much more to pull up. There's a couple of questions that they've asked him to bring to attention. One of the answers, there's not really much more to. I'm just going by what I hear, that there's some people who'd like to really have a night one and be there.
So do you guys think that you need more public comment?
I just think that asking them if they want.
The general rule is, so the only people that are going to come are the ones that are posted. Basically,
Out of 90
that's
people.
all, yeah, we had another one.
Have we found one?
Maybe you guys should get some people that are for it,
Yeah.
you know, like, where are they?
I would just ask, can I ask for this?
Getting out of hand.
I would ask, A, what's it gonna cost to not turn on the light? Are we gonna have to repay it? And take into account that we would have to have the light modified in order to, and I think you said roughly $7,500. Have it modified to be able to come on with the runway lights, is what you said at the last meeting, but that could be wrong. So what is the cost to back this whole thing up? Is it possible that we do hey, if there is it talks about in here a mass casualty or mass, some crazy event happens and we need to get 50 people out of here with 40 different airplanes, I don't know. Set it up so that we can turn on the light if and when that horrible day came that we needed it, and it was there.
To have it as an emergency.
So have a backup, like, this is what we're voting.
Have it as an emergency, but keep it a daytime use airport only, since there's only 2 or 3 night flights a year. Again, per Donovan, that are probably coming in.
I vote yes on that. You don't get it.
I didn't put it up. I'm trying to get it.
That's
Still figuring out.
That's down the middle.
But I think having answers to those questions is important, or it's gonna end up just like this, where we're saying the same thing
Well,
over
we're
and over.
Yeah, we're just going around and the same things get said over and over.
Yes.
So, let's get a night meeting set. Go ahead.
Justine Richmond, presumably at some point in time, could have been years ago, this beacon was approved by the commission. And now I'm not really sure if we do have that night meeting, can it be very explicit what the decision is that is to be made? For instance, option A, option B, option C, whatever that is, if it's even possible, because I'm hearing that some things aren't even possible that are actually continuing to be discussed. So would that be a possibility from the commission to let the public know exactly what it is that the decision is on the table to be made? Thank you.
All right, so
one question, there's a couple things in here that we haven't gotten an answer for. We're still waiting on it from one of those.
The shielding, yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, that, what Eric was talking about in Mountain, they had some like tops made that sit up below the LED lights that eliminate the ground wash.
So is that an option? Can we
Well,
dim the L and get lower lights in there or what?
The light, so a couple more regulations, you guys don't wanna hear these, but the FAA advisory circular says you can go between 5 and 10 degrees, that beacon's already at 15 degrees because of our surrounding area to get the light up above the hilltops there, that be modified to 50 degrees. That comment about putting those cups at 30 degrees, I think is a little bit excessive. We end up putting that shielding on it, I think that would help. We have not gotten an official response from the FAA on whether we can do that or not. That's kind of the last thing on the list that they're looking at. They did actually give us some other options.
So maybe we should get answers to those questions and set it.
Answer that and then answer what the payback is and what it's, and then we just run.
We keep going back and forth between like, we're waiting for the FAA. This is a county airfield. If the county wants to make it a daytime use airport, the FAA requirement to run that beacon full time is irrelevant because the airport would be closed. Like,
The comment to that, Jack, and I know I've mentioned this before, is that because it's a federally funded public airport, there have been federal funds that have gone into this airport. And if the county decides that they want to pull the plug on that association with the FAA and the feds, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of that funding that has been granted to the county for the airport would have to be repaid.
Well, I would like to know how long ago the last federal funding was and specifically what it was for. Because we don't have to take any additional federal funding. And if we don't take additional federal funding, we're not bound to FAA requirements.
And it seems that the airport board is in the driver's seat making the decisions and then presenting those to the county. Not the other way around. It seems like the airport board is in the driver's seat making these decisions, bringing them to you guys and then come to the public and say, hey, this is what's been decided, when in turn, it should be the county who makes these decisions and inevitably.
I think that's some of the stuff we gotta figure out, and then where we stand, and make the decision how daytime will go.
Okay, I'm just not understanding this. We had that federal grant, right? Federal grant to start the study. Is that still in progress? Or is it done?
No, I think the initial study was done. That's the ALJ
Yeah.
that signed.
So there's no other grants out there for this $6 million airport. So they did the study, they told us we couldn't do it, and isn't that the case?
There's nothing that you're obligated to, but it is, all that's in the queue with the FAA, that it's on the list of things that are.
But how's the engineering being paid right now?
What do you call those? I don't remember the term, but the county does get money, just like you were talking about, the county does get money every year from the FAA for engineering services. We have an engineer on staff, KLJ. There's a process where, like when Townsend was redoing all their airport stuff, this county's not using all that money, so that other airport essentially borrows those funds, entitlements, that's what they're called. They borrow those funds, and other airports that are doing major improvements. And then when they're not doing major improvements, like when this runway work happens, if it happens, those entitlements would come back to Phillipsburg. So that's how most of, like, there was a comment about where is this matching money gonna come from? From what I know, entitlements would be one of them. The Montana Department of Transportation to help us out with the beacon would be another one. I haven't looked at any of these yet. I mean, it's so far down the road, it's not worth digging into. But that's where the additional funding was expected to come.
Donovan, both of the pilots that are managers in Deer Lodge and Anaconda told me they were almost 100% sure we were not part of the federal funding because we don't have an engineer.
What we did,
Yeah, we have,
And who is the engineer?
KLJ.
Okay.
they're the ones that did the whole study. They were the first ones to come on board.
Yeah, it's too bad we didn't have a meeting before the beacon was even purchased. And I'm putting my neck on the chopping block, but I know quite a few of the people that were here at our first meeting. And the only ones that wanted it were real estate agents because they're bringing in a lot of money into the community. And Donovan, I think you're a great person. I don't know you, but I'm assuming that you want to bring in people too. And that's why you're the manager on the airport board. You want to make the airport strip nicer, that bigger planes can land. And you probably have friends in the community too. that are willing to, land and bring in friends and, family in. But the majority of the people that live in this town are not wealthy. And I personally feel that most of us are not gonna use the airport unless it's life flight coming in. So that's, I'm not just thinking about myself, I'm thinking about all these other people that live here. I mean, it's a burden to put that kind of a pressure on people here in town that can't afford to have their taxes raised. I understand the safety because obviously I was on the ambulance crew and I'm on search and rescue. I'm all for it. But we live here because this is a community that we like. It's a lot of friendly people. It's all been brought up at the other meetings. We like the night sky. I think we should just maybe vote and decide, the general public really doesn't want the light at night. If, unless it's an emergency. And I know the pilots have the, they can, hit radio in to have the lights put on. And so can the hospital and so can the sheriff's office.
But Calvin,
Yeah, that's not good.
what day was
It's
that
not-
night would you
it's
like?
got the beacon.
I just wanna get
Lights.
this set, so we have the set here.
I think,
Just you say.
Second week in January.
I think you gotta do Wednesday or Thursday night, because
Wednesday, cause I think Wednesday was church night, but Thursday's band, I mean, we're not gonna be able to
Tuesday's town
make it,
council.
everybody get there. Let's just put it Wednesday, second week, and what day is, 7th of January. We'll have it in here, I guess. What time, 7 o'clock?
And Scott, maybe, like, don't, if we're talking about Beacon, don't, like, give everybody everything, and if, but maybe when they go out, they could give them information on everything, but try and narrow the scope just a little bit, so that.
I forgot, way.
Yeah.
Like, have to listen to
I
everybody.
mean, well, and this is
Pretty important to have that
everybody.
information though.
Yes, everybody should have that information.
Well, right, on that note, I guess, meet at 7 o'clock, Wednesday. Oh. I'm trying to get this damn meeting.
I keep hearing this amount of $65,000 that we have to pay back. How much of that have you spent?
That was the weekend.
102%, I think.
that we might have to pay that, John.
Right.
Yeah, right, yeah. That's the stuff we need to have in front of us so we can answer the stuff. Right now, we're just bouncing around. Okay. Well, I'm gonna adjourn the meeting.
Sorry, real quick, would you like me to officially look into?
What's
Yes.
that?
Would you like me to officially look into?
Yeah.
The landing capabilities?
Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Does there have to be, I'm sorry, does there have to be a motion to continue to table this? Cause it did say on the agenda that a decision was made.
The chair, that's decision process.
This is a meeting.
So we're doing that. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it all.
So we're. Right, I'm gonna send you,